planning. And the first thing is roll call.
Commissioner Niblin, Commissioner Kraske, Commissioner Campbell,
Here.
Commissioner Big Stick,
Present.
Commissioner Bourbon,
Present.
Vice Chair Clifford.
It's Chair.
Chair Clifford.
Yes.
Vice Chair Rubenstein. Council Member Beckmeyer.
Here.
Council Member Beer.
Here.
Council Member O'Neill.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Martin.
Here.
Mayor Vaterlaus.
Here. Okay, please rise to salute the flag led by Mayor Pro Tem Martin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, and we're going to move directly into the study session.
Good evening. My name is Tina Wehrmeister. I'm the planning director, and I just wanted to make a few opening remarks. First, I wanted to thank the Council, Planning Commission, and members of the public for being here and participating in Plan Pacifica. I know that the time scheduled tonight is not necessarily ideal for all, but we're working to stay on track with our schedule, and a little bit more on the schedule will be presented a little later in the presentation. I wanted to thank Christian Murdoch, Senior Planner, and Bonnie O'Connor, Associate Planner, both of whom did the yeoman's work to prepare for tonight's meeting. And also with us is Allison Moore, planner from the consulting firm Diet and Bhatia. Both Allison and Christian will be presenting different portions of the staff report tonight. So quickly, I wanted to go over the meeting objectives, which are to provide an update on the Plan Pacifica process so far, including an overview of the public input that we've received at the neighborhood meetings, and then to engage yourselves, the decision makers, on the proposed revisions to the draft general plan and the draft local coastal land use plan, and get your comments and feedback on those documents. So the agenda this evening is that the presentation will again go over an overview of the Plan Pacifica process, review the neighborhood meeting themes that we received through the feedback from the community, and then go over the proposed changes to the plans. Once the staff report is concluded, we will take questions and discussion from the City Council, and then we'll have public comment. And then at the close of public comment, we'll bring it back to the Council and the Commission for your comments and direction. And we will go ahead and help you all through the large amount of material that we've presented here to you, starting with, I think, the key sites is where we'll begin that conversation. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Christian.
Good evening, honorable council members and commissioners. Senior Planner Christian Murdoch. We're here tonight to talk about Plan Pacifica, and that's the name that we've given to a three-part planning process, which consists of finishing the general plan and LCP, or local coastal program updates, which the city started in 2009, as well as creating a new Sharp Park specific plan to advance many of the goals that the City Council has expressed for the Sharp Park area of Pacifica. The potential environmental impacts of these three documents will be covered under a single environmental impact report, which will progress along in a parallel process with development of the three planning documents. The general plan is the overarching policy document for the City of Pacifica. It guides all significant city decisions over a long-term 20-year planning horizon, including decisions about growth, housing, commerce, public services, and environmental protection. Some have called it the city's constitution, and it's meant to express broad community values and goals. Pacifica's general plan was last updated in 1980. We're approaching 40 years with the same general plan, while general plans are supposed to be updated every 20 years. And so with that significant amount of time that's passed since 1980, it really is the time for us to get an updated planning document that reflects the contemporary values of Pacifica. Some consider the Local Coastal Program, or LCP, to be the general plan for the coastal zone. It certainly performs many similar functions, although the LCP is more focused on the protection of coastal resources and coastal access for residents and visitors. Pacifica's original LCP was adopted in 1980, with subsequent zoning updates certified by the Coastal Commission in 1994. The bulk of the LCP update is contained in the 2014 draft. When it brings back the final version for consideration, staff will incorporate the sea level rise adaptation policies approved by the City Council in December of 2018. Since those documents have not yet been combined, it is important to access the sea level rise policies on the city's website to read together with the 2014 LCP draft. The sea level rise policies linked in the staff report are the same as those approved by the Council in December of 2018, except that the final version posted on the website includes 5 text revisions directed by Council at that meeting. The overall Plan Pacifica project schedule will conclude in summer of 2020 with adoption of the general plan and LCP updates, along with the Sharp Park specific plan. A key milestone for this project schedule is transmittal of the final LCP, inclusive of sea level rise adaptation policies, to the Coastal Commission by December 31st of this year. As explained in the staff report, transmittal by the end of December will aid city efforts to seek funding for the Beach Boulevard seawall replacement, confirm City Council's intent with respect to key land use planning policies and priorities for the coastal zone, which are also important to staff's work on the Sharp Park specific plan, and will support investment and redevelopment of key sites in the coastal zone, such as the former wastewater treatment plant site at 22 Beach Boulevard, where we're meeting this evening. Timely transmittal of the LCP to the Coastal Commission is the most expedient means to implement the mixed-use center land use designation for the former wastewater treatment plant site, which would allow its redevelopment as a hotel. And City Manager Woodhouse has a few additional remarks on that point.
Thank you, Mr. Murdoch, council members, and planning commissioners. I wanted to just comment very quickly. While you see the sort of interrelated timeline of the various Plan Pacifica documents, there's another timeline out there related to the 2212 Beach Boulevard hotel site that's important. We've received questions about it and inquiries about it, so I wanted to upfront clarify how the LCP adoption and the timeline for that in December is actually very interrelated and sort of sets the stage for some of the pre-entitlement and work that we need to do related to the Beach Boulevard site. And related to that, city staff is beginning an evaluation of what that schedule for the RFQ and RFP release for the Beach Boulevard site, what the options are for the timeline for that, and how December adoption of the LCP could trigger an expedited schedule for that. The council had previously directed that the RFQ, RFP be pursued after all of Plan Pacifica is done, but staff's going to be bringing back to the council consideration of the timeline that might be more beneficial earlier.
Thank you, Kevin. So the last time the general plan and the LCP came in an official way before the City Council and Planning Commission was in May of 2015 at a study session similar to tonight's study session. At that time, the City Council provided guidance to staff that it wanted a more extensive and up-to-date public engagement process to be commenced by the city staff, engaging with the community before bringing the documents back for consideration for adoption. And so as a result of other priorities that came up in the meantime, it took until earlier this year for city staff to execute that guidance that the City Council had given. So in order to achieve it, the Plan Pacifica process included 5 neighborhood meetings, which were scheduled and conducted in June and July of 2019. We had over 200 participants come to those meetings, which were in 5 locations across the city from north to south. It was really the city's staff's intent to try to make the meetings convenient for members of our community across Pacifica, and not just in the central or southern portions where many or most of our community meetings have historically been held. We believe that the Plan Pacifica process thus far has involved extensive community outreach, the focus of which was the 5 neighborhood meetings I just mentioned. Staff also expanded its outreach beyond these 5 community meetings by growing the Plan Pacifica email list to more than 700 recipients and visiting several commissions and committees to seek the subject matter expertise of those community members as well. Staff's efforts with the community meetings and other outreach activities achieved the intent of the 2015 City Council to undertake more community outreach before bringing the general plan and LCP back for final consideration and adoption. At this stage, I'm going to turn it over to our valued team member, Allison Moore, from our consultant, Diet and Bhatia. She's going to walk us through some of the key changes to the 2014 versions of the general plan and LCP that staff is recommending. There are, of course, additional items for consideration and discussion in the staff report, but Allison's going to give a high-level summary and example items that will be the subject of discussion later tonight.
Good evening, everyone. So the draft 2014 plan included 8 elements, including economic sustainability, community design, land use circulation, and others. All of these elements were mandatory with the exception of economic sustainability and community facilities. The draft plan update will include addressing changes as per state law, including addressing environmental justice, climate change resiliency, and future requirements for vehicle miles traveled. So moving on, some of the proposed changes that we'll be making to each of these elements, I'll be going 2 by 2. So for economic sustainability, we'll be including policies to address proportional mix of uses in commercial centers, retail versus service, business-to-business transactions, and the importance of childcare in Pacifica. For community design, a major focus will be policies on parking, which could include parking districts and in lieu fees. For land use, we'll be including policies to increase maximum permissible density to 30 dwelling units per acre for sites that are half an acre or more to ensure consistency with state housing element laws, including policies that leave heights in the zoning, and policies to address development in historic subdivisions with mismatched lot sizes, as well as policies and narrative to address sphere of influence annexations. It will also include policies to address a few land use designations for the key sites, from which we heard feedback from the public at the neighborhood meetings. These sites include the Oddset School site, which has a current existing designation of public and semi-public and is proposed for the 2019 update to be low-density residential. There's limited feedback on that, but some members of the public recommended teacher housing as a potential option. For the Calson Field site, the existing designation was commercial, and in 2014, the proposed designation was coastal residential mixed use. In 2019, we're proposing no change. And many members of the public expressed their preference for limited development or open space. For the Lower Cattle Hill site, its existing designation was commercial, proposed in 2014 for service commercial, and for this update would be mixed-use neighborhood or high-density residential. And there were no comments at the time of the neighborhood meetings. For the wastewater treatment plant, the existing designation was public facility and was proposed to be a mixed-use center in 2014. No change proposed in 2019. A lot of public comments around uses for a hotel or a convention center or a community-oriented meeting place. For the quarry, it was designated as a special area in 1980 and was proposed visitor serving commercial and conservation in 2014. There's no proposed change at this time. And the public recommended or envisioned commercial uses here, perhaps ecotourism, hotels and convention centers, or an outdoor space. And for the Rockaway Headlands, no change from the proposed low-intensity visitor-serving commercial at the time of 2014. Yeah.
And to clarify, as Allison just did on that last key site, the no change indication in the slides and in the staff report indicates a no change from the 2014 designation in the draft documents. It's not meant to mean a no change from the 1980 existing land use designation.
Question. So moving on from land use to circulation, we will include policies that address reduction of vehicle miles traveled, which will be a future requirement in 2020 per CEQA. And for open space and community facilities, policies that address park needs for infill neighborhoods with limited existing parkland. For conservation, we'll include policies that address green infrastructure requirements of municipal regional permitting for stormwater management, addressing the public safety power shutoff, which is a PG&E policy. For safety, we will be including sea level rise adaptation policies that were approved in 2018. And for noise, we don't anticipate any major policy changes or additions.
So staff thanks you for the opportunity to provide that high-level overview of the process and some of the key policies and sites that we hope to discuss this evening. We certainly can answer any initial questions or receive any initial comments you have now, but if it pleases the council and commission, we hope to have a fuller discussion after receiving public comment and having the benefit of that. Thank you.
Public comment? Okay, public comment, we have no cards. I'm assuming that there's lots of cards. Two? Oh. Get up, 'cause we gotta practice. Okay, there are approximately 16 to 20 cards. I'm sure that other people will additionally want to get up and speak, so I would like to ask everybody if we would like to limit public comment to 2 minutes.
How many do we have? Three.
I didn't ask the audience.
How many?
I asked the council and the planning. Thanks.
I see two. Who still has to submit a card? Raise your hand.
There's 19, so there'll be 25 easy. Okay, so does everyone agree with 2 minutes?
And can I just also ask, for those that sent in letters today, or say after 12 o'clock today, please give us a synopsis of what you said, because we may not have had time to process that between noon and 5 o'clock today. Thank you.
And please, no clapping, because that extends the time. And also, if the person in front of you says something and you want to say exactly the same thing, just get up and say, I agree with the person in front of me, or 2 people in front of me, whatever, instead of going over the same exact thing many times. Thank you, and we all appreciate that.
Mayor Vardalos, you may want to acknowledge we have another commissioner.
Oh,
I'm sorry for arriving late.
okay. John Niblin has arrived. Thank you. It's hard. We all have jobs. The first card is Suzanne Drake, followed by Ken Miles and Michelle McEntee. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Hi, good afternoon. In reading through the LCP currently, I was under the impression from 2018 that managed retreat was out of the draft, per Mr. Woodhouse in the newspaper. So I don't understand why that's still in here. Additionally, what should be in top consideration are the impacts, financial and otherwise. Brokers, insurance agents, how homeowners will be affected by just the label of managed retreat. Now, I don't expect anybody to be a business person. However, if we want to sell this hotel site, we need to be really clear how having the label of managed retreat will impact selling that hotel site. What investor on this planet is going to want to even make the huge investment into our community, knowing full and well that they may, with all these very minor triggers, have to uproot, or if there's an accident, a fire, that they may not be able to rebuild? Because that's what's in here right now. Hazard, I think 57 or 27. In any case, the lack of information with regard to how we will be affected today as homeowners is missing, flat out missing. and that needs to be fully researched. On the East Coast, they have implemented managed retreat. The East Coast is a bad example. They have regular hurricanes, other situations that we do not have here in California. We have some storms once in a while. We have some storm surges once in a while. It's a very different matter. So we need to really take these other things like financial institutions, how mortgages will be affected, resale values, and other opportunities like that. So please take that all into consideration.
Thank you. Ken Miles, Michelle, and then Cherie Chan.
Thank you, Council, for having this meeting, and just want to be quick, kind of agree with the previous lady. My concern is that California is burning. We're having environmental fires are wiping out communities, and I remember back to the Oakland Hill fires with the eucalyptus trees and everything. And most of these fires generally happen in the Indian summer period. And I think someday it's going to happen to Pacifica. It's only a matter of when. And what I'm going to ask about in your elements, consider this. Also, a lot of our worst fire areas, critical areas, are adjacent to GGNRA, like in Valley Mar, it's really surrounded by a lot of hills and eucalyptus trees and Scotch broom, et cetera. It's all dried out. But in the meantime, GGNRA is working with their partners, their neighbors, such as San Bruno, El Granada, and Montera, making a fire break and cleaning the trees. And I think we should have that as an active part of our element. And I'm going to pass this on to you. You can see it. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle, Cherie, and then Tom Thompson.
Yes, I'd just like to say that I agree with the first speaker, and I'd feel a lot more comfortable if the words managed retreat were taken out of the document. I believe it's premature. We can always revisit it in 10 years. And I think the purpose of the council is to protect the people, the businesses, the homes, and the infrastructure west of Highway 1 and throughout all of Pacifica. Thank you.
Thank you. Cherie, Tom, and then Allison West.
Hi there, my name is Cherie Chan. My home is on San Pedro Avenue, directly across the street from the Pedro Point field. I moved here in 2008, and I have attended my first GPU meeting in 2009. I'm here again today asking you to reject the proposed changes to the field to coastal residential mixed use, which would greenlight the permanent homes on a wetlands. This isn't a hard question about managed retreat of existing homes. That is a really hard question, and I'm sorry. This is a really easy one. Don't create a new catastrophe. Given what we know about climate change, it is unconscionable for the city to bend over backwards and roll back common sense coastal zone protections that are foreseeable and necessary even in the 1980 general plan update. The very point of a general plan update is to chart the local government's long-term blueprint for the community's vision of future growth. And you know what, since 1980, sea levels have gone up and not down. So our city's vision cannot be just about short-term dollars. The PPCA and its residents already came out in force in 2001. We hired an attorney. I had 3 minutes worth of comments, but I'll summarize it down into 2. We hired a geologist and we hired biologists to tell you all the deficiencies in the 2014 plan. And so far, all of those deficiencies have been ignored. So we'd like you to go back and review those and make sure that they are integrated into the 2019 plan. I'm not here just to complain. There is a path forward. The 2014 GPU update includes a great and appropriate compatible land use designation called low intensity visitor surveying commercial. That is perfect, and it is exactly consistent with what we already have. So this district would create public access in a coastal setting and is adaptable to changing environmental conditions that we all face. So this definition is going to be, it's given the, so thank you so much for everything you do.
Thank you. Tom, Allison, and then Julie, Ulmer, I think. No. Okay.
Thank you. There's copies of my comments being passed around. Honorable City Council and Planning Commission, managed retreat is the doctrine of watching while the ocean erodes valuable property. There is no place for managed retreat in Pacifica. The notion of abandoning Pacifica's fiscal, moral, and fiduciary duty would be disastrous public policy. Imagine a policy of not protecting public and private property, infrastructure, homes, business, streets, and highways. It's unthinkable. Yet managed retreat was included in hundreds of places in the 900-plus page draft LCP previously approved by City Council. All such references to managed retreat need to be removed from future versions. We need to reject the foolishness of managed retreat. It would be fiscal, moral, and fiduciary malpractice to allow managed retreat in Pacifica. We need a clean, bright statement that managed retreat has been considered, vetted, and rejected by Pacifica. In summary, Pacifica's local coastal plan, general plan, and Sharp Park Pacific plan need clear protections for our homes, businesses, public and private infrastructure, streets and roads, protections from the foolishness of management retreat. Thank you.
Thank you. Allison West, Julie Ulmer, and Gary Furlong.
Good afternoon. I want to address first a quick comment by Christian regarding the process. And I do believe that you have all had good intent with the general plan update as far as having meetings. But I want to highlight, we are a city of approximately 40,000 people. Having 5 meetings over a holiday, a major holiday weekend, is ineffective and does not touch the core of our community. To say you have 700 emails, I'm sorry, that's like barely a dropper full from our bucket of Pacifica. So I want to encourage you to be more vocal out there, have more meetings. To do it over a holiday weekend is really, it's insulting to the people that weren't able to make the meeting. What you will hear from many of our colleagues, residents in Pedro Point, and that's what I'm here to talk about, is the inaccurate misrepresentations in the report. To all of us, it has been just a shocking experience to read something and have everyone walk away saying they think that we're okay with having residential building in the Kelson field. Let me be clear and let me set the stage for all the other comments you're going to hear. No one in Pedro Point is in favor of residential a change for the density, what we call the land designation there to residential. We are a mighty group now. You had 31 letters. We have people who are listening, they're paying attention. There are more of us that are there, lawyers and others, and we are paying attention. Please do not misrepresent. Those letters, which others will talk about, did not say that changing it to residential is okay. It will never be okay, and we are ready and prepared to continue to have these same discussions with you over and over again. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie, then Gary, then Steve Tigerman.
Hi, I'm Julie Ulmer, and I live in Fairway Park. I want to reiterate the comments of the first woman who came up here. She was very eloquent and prepared. And something that really struck me is the fact that you are all talking about building a new hotel somewhere that would be in this quote-unquote managed retreat. I live far enough away from the ocean to know that the ocean isn't going to come to us anytime soon. But unfortunately, homeowners don't know that, and future homeowners don't know that. And it is in your hands to make sure that the future, the house, our biggest asset that we have, and many people in this room have, is given to our child and our children and our whoever we want to give it to and sell it to at the same value that it should be. And I cannot understand this 900-page plan. It is not my job to understand it, and we have elected you and we've hired all of you to have our best interests at heart. And having the managed retreat over and over and over in this plan is not doing that justice. And thank you so much for considering all the comments, people are all repeating the same thing, so I'm not going to repeat it, but I think that the sentiment is there, that we're all very concerned for our future and the value of our homes. Thank you.
Gary, then Steve, followed by Bill Collins.
My name is Gary Furlong, and I've lived on Pedro Point for 19 years. My spouse has lived there for 34 years. First, I'd like to thank both Sherry and Allison for their comments regarding what's going on in Pedro Point. In the section entitled of the report, in the section entitled Proposed Changes to the 2014 Draft General Plan and Local Coastal Program, the comment is made because the site, referring to the Callison Field, because the site is privately owned, the property owner generally must be allowed some economic use of the property. This statement appears to have been made in support of the idea of changing the land use designation to allow residential development. It is my understanding that the current owner of this property bought it knowing its current designation. In maintaining the current land use designation, the city is not denying anything to anyone, but is instead continuing the land use designation in which the property was bought. Again, the city is not denying anything to anyone. However, the city's proposal to change the land use designation in order to benefit the owner of the property penalizes those of us who have lived in the neighborhood, some for decades, by permanently changing the character and nature of our current neighborhood. This damage, once done, cannot be undone. To me, it seems that the question before the city seems to be whether to continue what is already in place to help preserve the nature of our neighborhood, or to go out of their way to make a change that will be detrimental to this neighborhood. In regards to the comments that have been made in the city report regarding the various letters that were sent in regarding this issue, I realize that it may have been possible for someone to interpret our feelings expressed in our letter to the city in a way that was ambiguous. So let me be completely clear at this point. I and my spouse, David Costa, are firmly and completely opposed to a change in land use designation for the Callison Field. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Tigerman, Bill Collins, then Dennis Meralda.
Thank you. May it please the Council and Commission, I live on Pedro Point, and I'm here to address two issues. The first is the accuracy of the report and as it pertains to the procedural defects, I think, and the other is the legal impact of changing the designation for the Carlson property. First of all, I want to highlight that there's an inconsistency in the report. On page 5, it says, while few participants expressed desire to understand all the options, most participants from Pedro Point wanted to keep the parcel as open space, a community park, or a low-intensity visitor serving use. However, at the end of the report, miraculously or surprisingly, it comes to an opposite conclusion, which is that we all don't oppose residential designation, but that we oppose high density. Now, the first problem is that high density was never a proposal. It was never in any of the proposals. It's not what we're opposed to. What we're opposed to is changing the designation. The designation apparently would allow 15 units per acre, and for the number of acres on that property, that would be 75 units. Everybody objects to that designation. If you want to propose that we go to a low-density designation, then we need to consider that as part of the process. But that is not what has been put before us. In terms of the letters that you received, every single letter objected to changing the designation. The vast majority of those letters also objected on the grounds of traffic, parking, and safety issues, which was never addressed in the conclusion of the report or anywhere else in the report as far as I can tell. And whether or not this is a wetland, those of us who live there know that this area floods, and it floods every year. Now, as to the law, I'm not a land use lawyer, but I did do some research, and I did find that while there is a distinction between zoning and the zoning has to be consistent with the designation. In fact, once you create a designation, what will happen is that the developer will have rights.
Your time is up. Thanks.
All right. Thank you.
Bill Collins, Dennis Miranda, and then Jeff Guillet.
Good evening, Council and Planning Commission members. I want to speak about just one element of this, and that is I've been baffled for years why the city of Pacifica continues to approve new development facing the ocean front. Have we learned nothing from recent years? I mean, these structures that at best have very harsh weatherization they face, and at worst, we're going to have at some point, if you're thinking long-term, which I urge you to do, really long-term, like decades, we're going to have waves lapping against these structures, and yet the city continues to approve new construction there. It seems foolish to me. So please think long-term so we don't have these problems with structures that belong in some places and not others. Thank you.
Thank you. Dennis, followed by Jeff, and then Joanne Gold.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Dennis Meralda, resident of Fairway Park for over 40 years. I would encourage the Planning Commission and also the City Council to take up the idea that the people that come up here and speak should ID themselves where they live, because we are the electorate, we are the taxpayers, we are your constituents. You should listen to us and weigh the stuff that we have to say about what we believe is right. We are the residents of Pacifica. As far as managed retreat goes, make it simple, for crying out loud. Something politicians and governments seem to have a hard time doing. Just put it in the LCP plan. There is no managed retreat. It's a simple statement. Get it done. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff, then Joanne, then Carol Matias.
Hello, my name is Jeff Guillet. I'm a 26-year resident of West Fairway Park. I've been at odds with the LCP for a while, and I know we're talking quite a bit about that. The LCP needs to be approved before the general plan can be approved. We need a good LCP that is not conflicting and doesn't have statements that are at odds with each other. As others have stated, we should have a bright line statement that says there is no managed retreat for the life of this LCP, which is about 20 to 30 years, maybe 30 years. Why are we planning for 100 years out? Just doesn't make sense. So we need a bright line statement that says no LCP, and we'll look at it later. Right now, it says there's no managed retreat, and the staff will say it does already say there's no managed retreat, but it says in the near term, and it could change next week, okay? So we need to get it clear. Now, one of the problems, I know we have a short amount of time, so I'm going to talk about some conflicting and contradictory policies within and language within the policy. So examples for people to go back and look at later. Hazard Policy 25 says that we're going to extend the seawall. Hazard Policy 26, we're going to upgrade or replace the seawall. Hazard Policy 58 says we can do that. Hazard Policy 57 then says we can't do that. It literally says repair and maintenance activities shall not result in any enlargement or extension of the shoreline structure. So these inconsistencies are in conflict with each other. It's a lawyer's dream, okay? We have to get rid of the maps. The maps are bad. They are based on invalid data. They're biased against someone who didn't want the seawall there, and they assume the berm doesn't exist.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
And Carol and Andrew Myman.
Hi, Joanne Gold, 20-year Pedro Point resident and current vice president of the Pedro Point Community Association. Sue, I'm going to take you at your word. I'm not going to repeat what everybody already said. You've already heard that we strongly object to the misrepresentation in the summary of the vision meetings, that there was a change in that summary. It went from a clear indication that nobody in Pedro Point supported any kind of residential development in the field, and yet in the summary it just says we object to high density. This is categorically not true. The community voice has been heard. There were 31 letters, and all of them were really clear. We do not support residential development in that field. And you know, despite this overwhelming public feedback, to make the summary and to go forward to continue to support the 2014 general plan update recommendation to change it to CRMU is inconceivable. It makes me question the objectivity and appearance of bias in this report. It's simply inaccurate, and it must be corrected before the City Council votes to officially accept this document. We really want to help the city planning office and the city council greenlight an effective GPU as soon as possible. We want this for the city of Pacifica. So therefore, I urge that the commissioners and the council members not to put CRMU in this designation for the Callison Field, which our local community will continue to oppose at every turn. Help us help you greenlight this GPU by removing that from the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol, followed by Andrew, and then Danny Estrella.
Hi there, I'm Carol Matthias. I live at 275 San Pedro Avenue, and all I want to say is that I agree with the lady. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew, Danny, and then Greg Hurley.
Hi, I'm Andy Myman, and I'm a Pedro Point resident. Have lived there with my family since 2005, and I'm here to address the Callison Field and the change in designation. I reviewed the historical documents from the 2014-2015 timeframe. At that time, when the change was first proposed, it was one of two issues, only two issues, that sort of stopped the general plan update at that time. And the council directed, go get more input from the community. So the community gave input and came back with overwhelming opposed to this change in designation of the land use. Now the aim of the current process, again, is to engage the community and get feedback, and the additional input, again, is overwhelmingly opposed to this change in land use designation. Yet somehow that change is still present in the proposed report, as it's been pointed out. And again, it's not a question of density, it is a question of designation. We do not want residential in the Callison Field. We want to keep it commercial, recreational. So overall, community doesn't support it. The record doesn't support this change. And given that Pedro Point doesn't have a neighborhood-specific plan, the overall plan update in this process is where we're going to have to hash this out. And as you can see from the participation today and the volume of letters you've already received, we have an engaged community, and we are committed to pursue all the avenues available to us for as long as it takes to get resolution on this issue. Thank you.
Danny, then Greg Hurley, and Breck Hitz.
Hi, I'm Danny Estrella. I'm a 25-year resident of Pedro Point community. Before I repeat what everyone else is saying, I agree with the comments from the other Pedro Point residents. What I do want to say is the city stated that in our reports here that because the site is privately owned, the property owner generally must be allowed some economic use of the property. Land use plans must be developed without prejudice to current land ownership. The city violates this principle when they introduce a change of land use designation that includes a bias for a specific landowner. The land was purchased with a commercial recreational designation. In 2014, the PPCA submitted a list of alternative economic options that fit the commercial recreational land use designation. There have been 20 years to have some economic use of the property, but it has not been done. The GPU was not approved in the last review in 2014. The Pedro Point community would like to see the GPU approved this time around. The 31 letters represent probably 300 Pedro Point residents who oppose a change of land use designation that would include any residential. And we have the community support and resources to see that our interests are included in the GPU. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Greg, Breck, and then Richard Harris.
Thank you all for serving Pacifica. I really appreciate it. I'm Greg Hurley on behalf of Joe Erasmi. He's the managing owner of Crespi Business Center at 580 Crespi Drive in Pacifica. This is a proposed update to the general plan, number 1. We strongly object to this proposed zoning reclassification from C3 to mixed use center, section 4.2. Crespi Business Center was the first and largest mixed-use development of this type in Pacifica, with 50,000 square feet of space, 24 tenants, and currently has over 100 employees and owners working on a daily basis. Number 2, 3 examples of types of businesses in Crespi Business Center are: A, Kathleen Manning of Manning Books, prints old and rare. Her civic involvement includes Little Brown Church and creation of the Pacifica Coastside Museum and the Ocean Shore Railroad car restoration. Also, Channel 26, who's filming right now, Pacifica Community TV, vitally important to residents of Pacifica. Also, reference recordings, classical recordings, including 3 Grammys, quite an accomplishment for a small local business. Point 3, businesses serving commercial is commonly referred to as a desired use. Why not also local businesses serving commercial? Point 4, do you want every resident calling or going out of Pacifica for business, services, repairs, etc.? Pacifica will be known only as a bedroom community. That is not the way Daly City, South San Francisco, or San Bruno functions. Last point. We would ask that the final general plan include the following language, and I quote, Crespi Business Center's existing low-density mixed-use commercial land use is recognized as being in conformance with the draft plan and eventual final general plan update. Thank you.
Breck, followed by Richard Harris and Cindy Abbott.
Hello, I'm Breck Hitz, and I live on Kent Road in Pedro Point. I have to admit that I'm torn about the issue of the Pedro Point field. On the one hand, I understand the need for affordable housing and housing in Pacifica and throughout San Mateo County. On the other hand, I'm concerned about the dramatic effect that such a development will have on the community where I've lived for the past more than a quarter century. What I'm going to do is leave out about 60 seconds worth of complaints I had about the field and go focus on only one, and that's the possibility of flooding. We have shown with environmental studies that there's a very high probability, very high likelihood of flooding on lower San Pedro Road if this development goes in for heavy residential. If I may, I'd like to quote, and again I'm going to quote less than I plan to, from the safety section of the city's GPU. Quote, no building permits should be issued for projects that increase the potential for flooding or erosion on or off-site, and I'm going to stop it right there. But
you have more. Keep going.
No, I'm going to stop quoting right there. I'm still going to keep on talking. Yeah, so I'm worried about flooding there, and clearly the city's GPU says that if there is potential for flooding, no building permits should be issued. So I don't really understand why we're even having this conversation, if that's what the GPU says. I mean, we can't just ignore the GPU. I'm also worried about sea level rise, tsunami inundation, and liquefaction of this swampy field. Even putting aside the concerns of flooding, why does it make sense to talk about expensive residential development of such a valuable piece of land? So yeah, as I said, I'm torn between the pro and con arguments for changing the land use designation. But when I put the pros and the cons on the balance against each other, the cons definitely outweigh the pros. So I strongly oppose the change of land use designation for that field. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Richard, followed by Cindy Abbott, and then Robin Runeals.
Good evening, councilpersons and commissioners. I'm Richard Harris. I'm a resident of the Haight-Ashbury. And I am speaking here for the San Francisco Public Golf Alliance, which has several thousand members. Several hundred of them are Pacifica residents. On the issue, and I've given you a detailed letter that came into your packet today, and I'll let that speak for itself. Summarizing it very briefly, I'm focusing on policy 4 in the sea level rise policies, which is ambiguous as to the issue of whether the cost-benefit analysis in the adaptation plan is incorporated into the policies and how it is incorporated. And I, for reasons stated in the letter, that the cost-benefit analysis is grossly deficient because it does not comply with the coastal zone, the Coastal Commission's contract with you and with your contract with your consultant. And also, it overstates by misusing and misstating beach values. And that should be, that should not be, the cost-benefit analysis itself should not be part of the policies. And I've suggested a language, four lines on page 2.
Thank you, Richard.
I believe solves the problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cindy, Robin, and then Michael Vasey.
Hello, Cindy Abbott, West Sharp Park resident. First, I'd like to request a much more detailed timeline and process for the Sharp Park specific plan. Currently, the timeline shows that work has taken place, such as developing the challenges, opportunities, and vision, and the beginning of the plan framework, which has not to date been shared anywhere with the public, and I'd like to see that. I'm also concerned with page 5 in the Plan Pacifica summary report that was part of the agenda that says, while most participants agreed that mixed uses, higher densities, and taller buildings made sense in the Sharp Park specific plan, while emphasizing the character and design of new development be considered, I don't recall those conversations taking place. I've been in the meetings in 2012. I attended the Housing for All and other meetings, and I think that that's quite overstating that everybody wants to see higher densities and taller buildings here in West Sharp Park. That conversation has been very specific to Eureka Square and along Francisco Boulevard. That does not protect going to 3- and 4-level buildings, and higher does not maintain our neighborhood, which seems to have been, or I hope continues to be, a principle of this process. I'm also like to ask for more time to really have people be able to understand the implementation plan and be able to look at the zoning. There hasn't been enough time to do that, to look point by point at the maps and the changes by parcel. Also, I'd like to say it's been 20 years since we began talking about this property, and my message is that planning takes time in cities. We can't wait 20 years to talk about managed retreat or sea level rise. We need to start that now and continue it. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Robin, followed by Michael, and then Connie Menifee, and that would be the last card.
Thank you, Council and Planning Commissioners. Robin Reneals, 40-year resident of West Sharp Park. I would just like to reiterate or support the statement of my neighbors in West Fairway Park that the language of the hazard policies is inconsistent with what we are being told to the neighborhoods. And what it says, and what it does say, 10 years, what the statements in it say, those hazard policies say 10 years down the road, and the interpretation of those hazard policies could very easily be to not protect us. And I feel that it would, if it does happen, it's simply because the changes and clarity that we're asking for with those hazard policies for a bright line statement to remove managed retreat and remove it in the ways that it doesn't clearly say managed retreat, but it implies it, were because we were asking for changes and clarity here today, but were dismissed as being misinformed. Many here can see the inconsistencies of the statements in the hazard policies and the potential harm that it represents to our neighborhoods in Sharp Park and Fairway Park. I hope that you will help staff see those consistencies also and make the changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael, then Connie, and then if I have other cards, please bring them up.
Thank you. Mike Vasey. I live on Pedro Point on San Pedro Avenue and have lived there since 1988. So I've had a very long opportunity to look out over that field, and I can completely understand how a casual visitor who comes and takes a look at that field would say, oh, what a great place to build. It's perfect, it's flat, it's big. But as has been pointed out this evening, there are a lot of good reasons not to do so. And I'd just like to throw in a couple of additional reasons based upon my long-term observations. First of all, that field is actually alive. It's a fantastic community of mammals that live underground. Rodents, voles, mice. It's rich. It's so rich that I actually saw a weasel out in that field not too long ago. I was kind of shocked, but that's what they eat. And then much more frequently, I see red-tailed hawks and red-shouldered hawks. They come down from the forest above, hello, and perch and work that field. And if that field is gone, they nest up above. If you take the field out, they're going to have to go away. And that's yet another loss to the biodiversity of our city. And then beyond that, I see people taking their, surfers and families and people going out and meeting. That field is our commons from the neighborhood perspective. It's a really important place for us, our community, which is why I think in part there's so much passion to try to make sure that it's not completely paved over or that it's even in large part paved over. And I would totally agree that residential use of that property is just incompatible. And if we have to develop anything, I really prefer the route of commercial recreation. And I would just argue that whatever we do out there, let's make sure that it's good, that the habitat values are respected as well as the community.
Connie, and then Ron Kelson and Cheryl Kelson.
Good evening. Connie Menifee, Park Pacifica resident, and I was a member of the Sea Level Rise Community Work Group. And I asked City Council and the Planning Commission, how can you effectively support the city's economic development plan without a clear, unequivocal, fully articulated commitment to shoreline protection? Short answer, you can't. Thank you.
Thank you. Ron Kelson. Cheryl, do you want to go first? Okay. No, separate.
They go together, it's only 2 minutes.
Yeah.
You should tell them.
Okay. I wasn't prepared to do this, but here we go. My name is Ron Kelson. You've heard the name a few times tonight. And I did buy the property about 25 years ago, along with a fellow, I can't remember his name now, who lives up the hill. They all live up the hill. We bought it from the Archdiocese. At the time, it was zoned C2. It was zoned CR initially, like in 1982 or so. It became C2 somewhere around 1984, I think it was. It was originally zoned as all the other houses were on the hill. It was zoned the San Pedro Terrace by the sea. It was it was about 100 lots that were sitting there. There were about 25 by 100. It has been there for years, and people have been on it for years. A lot of people that are here weren't here when I bought it, which is now about 25 years ago, and you didn't see what it looked like then. Then it had it was like a graveyard of junk. I spent $50,000 in about 1980.
Oh, so you have 1 more minute, but you need to speak into the microphone.
Oh, sorry.
And because you're on camera.
I spent about $50,000 in 1998, I think it was, to clear the field of all the rubble that was on there from the golf driving range that was on and operated there before we owned it. And it had been torn, they had a building on it that had been torn down, which was, they said the kids were getting into and causing trouble. So it was torn down by the Archdiocese. When we got it, there was rubble from one end of it to the other. There was fencing, there was the poles for the netting, there was all of the hitting area, and all the foundation points. So we spent about $50,000 way back then to clean it up, and we took care of it for the last umpteen years now. And we've never had anyone from the point make an offer on the property. We have offered to sell it to the people on the point. They have never picked up on that. And Sherry, who said that?
Okay. Ron.
We attended meetings in the in the PPCA for...
Okay, thank you, you're done. Cheryl?
Cheryl Carlson. After hearing everybody speak, I thought it was important for us to say that we are in support of a designation that would include an opportunity for some residential development. Thank you.
Thank you. No. Mark Steckbart?
Thank you, Mark Steckbart. I think you have to recalibrate the LCP discussion for a separate meeting and post it so folks can come in with specific comments, because there are a lot of them. In 900 pages, managed retreat is mentioned 505 times. Retreat alone is 695 for some reason. Elevate structures is still in there. I think the difficulty in this is we've got a golf course berm that San Francisco is obligated to maintain and is, and we have a seawall that we're certainly going to maintain and probably even modernize. But Policy 57, which has got to be stricken, says you can't do it. And then Policy 26 talks about upgrading shoreline structures and also elevating development structures as necessary. So, you know, city council's got to say what they mean and mean what they say. And if you got a seawall and a berm and you fill the gaps, everything to the east stays dry. And you don't have to worry about any of this stuff. You can use existing planning and building codes and lead building, and things will work perfectly. So we got a grant to upgrade the engineering for the seawall to see what to do. Senator Feinstein is pursuing an appropriation for South San Diego County erosion that would be an equal solution for Esplanade erosion, which has been an emergency now for, what, 3 years? And State Senator Tony Akins is also got an appropriation for South County erosion to keep the railroad tracks on the bluff. So there is growing recognition that this is a statewide problem, and it's time to step up and have a document that will last for 20 or 30 years that has more homeowner protections in it and taxpayer protections that we will not have to worry about paying or moving infrastructure to the east. Thank you.
Susan Miller, followed by Frank Vella and Lori Goldberg.
Good evening. Thanks for doing this. I want to let you know that I'm part of the Rockaway Beach Neighborhood Association. There's about 70 people in that, and I'm representing the Santa Cruz Terrace Steering Committee. So recently, Santa Cruz Terrace has been cleared and grubbed, and there's a potential for building up on the hills above where I live and above my neighbors. I would like to see the plans, in the general plan, something dealing with the conflicts between land use designations and zoning, specifically hillside preservation and open space, and zoning. There's often a conflict about how big an area you can build on and what size house. I'm not understanding, often there's difficulty understanding about R1H. Is this an arbitrary designation? And how do we know how much a lot, what's a designated lot size in that area? Also, when I looked at the general plan, there's a lot of information in the general plan about maintaining our hillsides in Pacifica. They're beautiful. They represent lots of native plants. They keep the flood control and a lot of native species, and I'd like to see that really strongly considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Frank, followed by Lori.
Hello, Frank Vella, lifelong resident of Lindemar. I live in an area of Lindemar that is going to be, or is designated to be, in the management retreat area. It goes all the way up to Peralta. So just like people in Shar Park, Rockaway who are concerned about this, I'm concerned also. I'm sure many of my neighbors are, but they don't appear to be here because I don't think any of them know or realize what that designation can take into effect on their properties. Also, living here all my life, I've heard about the conflicts with the Cedar Point residents and the lot there, conflicts with the owner, the city. It would seem that the association should get together, make an offer on the property. I think the owner would look at that seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. Lori?
I got here a little bit late, so hopefully I'm speaking on the right thing. I think they're talking about the general plan. I was going to kind of talk about general stuff, but this, I guess, probably has to do with the general plan. First of all, it'd be nice if we had something about structures that fit in with our community rather than big blobby things like the Pedro Point work-live place. It looks like, someone said it looks like Block A, B, Block Cell, B, C, and D. I moved here to Pacifica because I like the open space. I'm hoping that we keep open space, open space. I saw something in the local magazine about Pacifica becoming a place for people to come. I walk around a lot in Pacifica. A lot of people come here. I was just at the Taco Bell recently. There were some people from France there. We're already a place that people come to. I didn't move to Pacifica to be a snooty place, to be a Half Moon Bay. I moved to Pacifica to be Pacifica, and I hope we keep that character. Now, I live in Valimar, and on Juanita, halfway up the street, on the right-hand side, there's this gigantic house being built. It looks like 50 people could live in it. It doesn't fit in with the area. I don't know what's going on, but I think we need to think about our coastal community. We need to have our open space, and that's what a lot of people come for. They don't come to see 100 million people trampling around everywhere. And we need to think about designs of our buildings to fit in with our local coast, not just some big blob thing built 5-6 stories high, 55 feet high. We need to keep a limit on the height of the places, have things that fit in with our coast. Thank you.
And that is the last card that I have. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Raise your hand, or we're going to bring it back. Okay, we're closing the public hearing, and we're going to bring it back to the joint study session of Planning and Council. Who wants to go first?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I could just make a preliminary remark before we proceed. We hope that the City Council and Planning Commission can begin their focus with discussion of sections A and B of Attachment D, beginning on packet page 155. These are identified as the policy considerations and the key sites that the staff needs City Council and Planning Commission guidance on. And in particular, we hope that we can begin with the key sites discussion on page 161 of the packet. And to facilitate that, I do want to recognize that some of the public commenters called out an error in the staff report. It is correct that I made a copy and paste error in the summary of public comments for the Calson Field. And so the correct synopsis, or at least the way that we think more accurately portrays the summarized feedback prior to publication of the packet, is on packet page 23. And I'll read it. While a few participants expressed desire to understand all options available for development at the Calson site, including the potential for residential development, most participants from Pedro Point wanted to keep the parcel as open space, a community park, or a low-intensity visitor-serving use. So I apologize on behalf of staff for that erroneous inclusion of the summary of public feedback, which was applicable to the quarry site. If you look, the quarry site and the Calson Field in Appendix D have the same summary. It was not an intent to mischaracterize the community's input on that. Thank you.
I don't know how you want to work this, but I think that's a good point. I think that's a good place to start. So maybe the representative from Diet and Batia can explain what happened, and it seems like there was a translation error in the amount of folks that showed up, and the amount of feedback that we got, and the idea that nothing changed. So can you talk a little bit about that?
Well, if I may, I think I'll take a first shot at that. So if you're regarding or describing the indication that staff has not proposed a change to the land use designation for the Calson site from what was presented in the 2014 drafts to today, I think a key reason for that is the site has been the subject of such significant discussion and interest on both sides. Certainly there was a reason the 2014 draft included the very flexible land use designation that's proposed, and certainly there's an overwhelming amount of public feedback saying the community surrounding the site does not agree with that designation, particularly the inclusion of residential uses. So I think staff felt in an awkward position to come out definitively on that point and really is seeking guidance from the council and the commission on what is most reflective of the community's vision for that site for the next 20 years in the city's planning documents. The way the designation is included currently, it's very flexible. It does not mandate residential, but it allows it. It allows a variety of visitor-serving commercial uses. It's really left flexibility for decision makers to evaluate a particular project on its merits rather than to foreclose any particular range of uses.
So thank you for that. I also understand that when somebody owns property, that it is their right to be able to, especially commercial, make money off that property. And so I respect that right, and I appreciate you showing up tonight. I think it was very difficult for you to do that under the circumstances. It sounds like the Pedro Point Community Association is absolutely willing to work with you. At least I sort of feel like I see that in the reactions of the community members here. So I'd like to open that up for discussion in that what do the folks here feel should happen with that area. When we have a big study session like this and we have a lot of people come out in opposition or support, it really behooves us to actually talk about it out loud. And we are not land use experts. Maybe, actually, I think maybe one or two of you are. But to talk a little bit more about what your thoughts are on that, because from my perspective here, and that's why I'm here to learn, and to study, it sounds like we should really think about not making that residential. And if anyone who has studied that area, including consultants, has spent any time in that area, you'd probably come to the conclusion that it's not the best fit for a residential community there to happen, other than what's already there. So, is that okay, Campbell?
Go ahead.
So, I've been on the Planning Commission for 12 years and presided over several meetings associated with the Carlson property. And it came as a surprise to me to see any mention of the community there favoring residential, because I've been in meetings where we've had full houses like this for years, and I've talked to several residents and associations out there, and it's just a 99.99% opposition to residential out there for years. And from a land use perspective, my understanding has always been that the property was zoned commercial when it was purchased. So the owner has an option to make some land use decisions based on the current zoning, and to make commercial decisions based on that. But I've never understood really the notion that because he purchased it and it was commercial, he has, or the owner has some right to engage in residential development. There's no taking issue in play here, and that's just my long-held understanding of what of things over the 12 years on the Planning Commission. So I just want to put that out there.
Tiger.
Comparatively, I have absolutely no experience. So I defer to the experience of my colleague, and it feels comfortable to me, everything he said. My only addition, as a ardent follower of these meetings, the notion has been brought up several times that there at some point would be a Pedro Point specific plan which I understand we neither have the time nor the money to undertake this year. But I'm curious if perhaps a final designation and decision could be held off until there is time for a proper Pedro Point specific plan that then could be later added in to the general plan. And for now, we keep the designation as is. To my mind, then the entire neighborhood could be fully involved in that effort, and perhaps something more mutually inclusive could be understood. But for now, it sounds like what is something that can be worked with by the owner. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I could just add, I've heard from many in the community that they want a no-change scenario from the 1980 general plan and 1980 LCP. The way the 2014 draft general plan and LCP are set up would make that difficult to achieve. The 1980 general plan has a single commercial designation for the entire city and allowed the zoning districts to determine particular types of uses and intensities. This general plan and LCP in the 2014 versions have abandoned that single commercial designation approach and have broken out commercial land uses into a variety, I don't know, half a dozen or more, ranging from mixed-use center at the high end of intensity, including residential and commercial, to very low, to low-intensity visitor-serving commercial at the opposite end. So should the council be considering, and the commission considering some sort of no-change type option, we would have to discuss what we think is closest to what is there currently, as compared to saying we don't want to change anything at all, which would be inconsistent with the approach in the breakout of commercial uses.
So I'm going to go ahead and comment on that. That's exactly what I understand and what I've heard from the community is that they're looking at the low-intensity visitor-serving commercial designation. And from what I've been reading, that seems the most appropriate. And so I'm not sure if that's something that we can ask you to look into further, or if everyone else would kind of chime in on that. But that's what I understand from what I've been hearing from the people in the community.
I've been hearing the same, and I actually have a question that goes to the beginning of the meeting, and I really don't remember who said it, but I have a question about parkland in that area. I don't know, I'm learning where all the parks exactly are in Pacifica, and so there was a discussion about parkland development for infill areas that do not have existing parks. Could we know what parkland there is in that area? I mean, there's the beach, I get that, but I'm talking about headlands, the hiking.
Yeah,
so
it's difficult. The open space and recreational areas are categorized differently. You know, a beach is not a park, a trail is not a park.
Right.
It's hard for me to say definitively, but the closest park that comes to mind to me perhaps is Oddstadt Park. Off of Crespi, and so it's quite some distance.
Where Spindrift is.
Yes.
Spindrift School, where Spindrift School is. Okay.
Yes. Now, certainly, some members of the community use our public schools as parks as well.
Marvilla Circle.
Marvilla Park,
but they're not strictly.
Marvilla Circle, Marvilla Park by Marvilla Circle, right? I think there's been a change with that about community use of school sites as parks. I think there was actually an official change in that regard. There are leases and agreements about field use, but I don't believe generally when the school is not in session that our school sites are viewed as parks.
Agreed, and I think the use of playgrounds, for example, which would typically be associated with parks, may not be included in the use of fields for organized sporting activities, for example.
My understanding as well, yeah. Do you have something?
I do, yeah. Can I comment on that? So, thank you, I will. So in the general plan, figure 6.1 in the general plan, it designates Pedro Point property as a park opportunity site. It's the map. And so I didn't understand what that meant and then why changes were being made, but I did see that in the general plans.
And I actually had another follow-on question regarding zoning. I appreciate your informing us about the single commercial zone. I'd forgotten about that, and 1980. But I heard Mr. Kelson referring to C2, and it sounded like there was a change to C2 in 1984. I just need clarity, maybe in the form of a timeline, to have a better understanding of exactly, sort of start from 1980 and where it stands right now.
Sure. So to that point, the commenters talking about C2 and CR are talking about zoning designations, not land use designations in the general plan. The general plan designation in the commercial designation, which is currently applied to the Calson property, allows residential uses up to 1 unit per 2,000 square feet, or approximately 22 units per acre. So that's already baked into the current general plan, but the zoning designation that was applied, CR, to the site initially did not allow such uses. And there's a more complicated history about that transition to C2, which is not black and white clear at this time, due to some gaps in certification of those changes by the Coastal Commission. So I don't want to get into that now. It's a complicated history which we're still piecing together. But as far as the general plan goes, the current designation does contemplate residential use in commercially designated areas.
Thank you.
Tom, you wanted to say something?
That last explanation was what I had in my mind was the actual on-the-ground situation, that currently there is some allowance for residential on that property.
And that's the question that we cannot answer at this moment due to us trying to piece together the timeline. In the simplest form, the city council in the 1980s collapsed several zoning districts to refer to others. The CR was one of them, and it indicated CR should be C2, but it didn't change the map. And it's not clear whether those changes were certified by the Coastal Commission. And so that's what we're working to piece together to determine, is there in fact a residential capacity there now, or is there not, as the city's certified LCP exists?
Thank you for that.
Good. Just a clarification. Okay, if I understood you correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, the existing commercial designation, the existing designation 1980 is commercial.
Correct.
Now, the city is no longer using that one-for-all designation, and we now have like C1, C2, C3, correct?
Sort of. So the city has broken it out to reflect service commercial, office commercial, retail commercial, visitor serving commercial. So a more specific indication in the general plan of what that site is supposed to be used for, whereas that was previously left to the zoning only, with a very broad range of uses allowed in the single commercial designation.
So staff's recommendation basically is that we do need to change it out of this old zoning of commercial to something that's more current to fit the rest of the city. Am I correct?
That's right. And what we've brought forward without our staff recommended change is where this process concluded in 2014. So we're not endorsing that necessarily as the correct designation. We've brought forth the significant community feedback on that, and we're trying to express the range of options the council has. But we need to hear clear guidance from the council and commission, if possible, on what this should be in the final form when we come back relatively soon to proceed through the adoption process. I think if you reviewed the minutes from 2015 when we brought this back the last time, this site and Highway 1 were essentially the two most significant issues that, in effect, were hanging up the community getting behind these documents.
So the existing designation from 1980 commercial, did that allow, or does that allow any residential now?
It does, up to 22 units per acre if the zoning allows it. And that's where there's a lack of clarity right now.
Okay, so now that would be considered high density, 22 units per acre?
That would be consistent with the 21 units per acre allowed in the high density residential designation in the current general plan.
Okay, and then the staff recommendation here is to have it zoned commercial, but residential mixed use designation, which would be medium density of 10 to 15 dwelling units per acre.
Correct.
Okay, so if we left it at the existing designation, we would actually be leaving it in high density, in staff's tentative opinion?
So a coastal residential mixed use designation would have a range of residential densities lower than what the current commercial designation has.
Okay, but it still would have some residential mix in there.
That's correct, if approved as part of a specific project. It's not a mandated component of a future project.
Okay, so then, based on all that information, because I don't think high density is appropriate there, okay? Because of access and, you know, the situation with flooding and everything else. However, I think we really should look at it as to let's see what may be proposed down the road, because people are getting very creative in some ideas and stuff like that. So the one that's here, coastal residential mixed use designation, it seems kind of consistent. It's medium density, 10 to 15 dwelling units, but that would still allow a project to come forward with or without any sort of residential, correct?
That's correct.
But it still would allow visitor serving commercial, correct?
That's correct. And in fact, it also provides for other aspects, such as preserving coastal access, and public open space must be provided in any particular project in that designation as well. So it specifies that certain other visitor and community beneficial uses would also be a part of any project on the site.
So any project that comes in would be required to have the beach access and the public things that you just mentioned, correct?
Yes, as this designation is described in the general plan, yes.
Okay. I think I would be comfortable with that.
Can I have somebody explain specifically what low-intensity visitor serving commercial is? Can you elaborate on that, any of you?
I think I would characterize it most succinctly as less than permanent types of development, those types of development that have the least impact on the land, that are able to be relocated and moved, and that certainly, as the name implies, have a visitor serving orientation. Some examples are given in this description, such as campgrounds, rustic lodging, concession stands, warming huts, outdoor event sites, and similar uses. And so the idea is to have a very low degree of intensity of development, and as I would interpret it, have an adaptable form of development that can change over time should there be changes in the condition of the land.
Thank you.
Tiger. Sure. So it's very confusing to me between land designation and zoning, because these are two different things we're talking about, right? And what you're saying is the land designation as it currently is could hold up to 22 units per acre. But what about the zoning itself? Would the zoning allow for any residential units to be built as it is?
That's unclear. So the zoning CR on the zoning map currently in place, that use as it was in existence in the 1980s, the early 1980 version of our zoning, did not allow residential uses. In the early 80s, the council changed CR to reflect C2, which does allow residential. Whether those changes were certified by the Coastal Commission is a matter that staff is researching currently.
Okay. So does C2 allow the 22 units per acre?
Yes.
Okay.
John. So just to clarify, given current zoning, or I'm sorry, the current land use designation, somebody with a project could theoretically come in with a request for a zoning text amendment to build housing, assuming we were able to sort of nail down that the C2 zoning change took place?
I believe that's generally correct.
Okay. Or for that matter, even if it hadn't, somebody could come in with a zoning text amendment request given the land use designation?
Correct.
Okay, well, I don't have the same experience as some of my colleagues, but I have sat on the Planning Commission now for probably something like 5 or 6 years, and I've had a chance to hear some about this particular parcel, and I really, I think, benefited this evening from hearing the very significant community concerns that have been articulated about about this particular parcel we're talking about. I think my own sense is that I'd be in favor, frankly, of the 2014 proposed designation. Doesn't mean that a project necessarily would get built at the intensities we're talking about here, or that, frankly, in any given case, it would be appropriate. But certainly every one of those matters would be dealt with, I think, by way of individual project consideration. I think that given that we're sort of talking about sort of our constitution, I guess is the term that's used for land use going forward, I think some flexibility here is warranted, given that we're talking about a long-range document and a lot of opportunity for creativity as we're going forward. And frankly, there's no doubt but that we've got a significant need to continue to think about places where we can put housing.
So kind of echoing some of the items that my fellow commissioners and council members noted, I have a couple points I wanted to touch on. I'll mention them just so we could come back in case it's a tangent. One is the housing meetings that planning staff has. Thank you for setting those up, as well as the general plan meetings, the specific plan meetings. So that's one item, maybe not appropriate for right now. Flooding. And then the more appropriate one for right now is, for context, what's the current, given the designation of the site, the Carlson site, what's the public's access use? What's the designation for it? Is it an agreement over the land, or?
So this is a very difficult and fact-specific legal question. And so I'm not aware the property owner should remark whether he's granted any formal easements. There are provisions in California law and the Constitution for continued public use where historic public use has been established, but that's probably the point at which I want to stop on that topic.
Okay.
So there could be legal rights established, but it's really a fact-specific analysis of when those started and how they've occurred.
Okay, so kind of unknown at this point what the current rights to public access of the site are.
I would say that's correct, and I would say that the city currently has and would continue to have policies that would require any development to ensure the continued public access through that site in some manner.
Yeah, especially given points that we've touched on, it sounds like redesignating the land would provide some benefits, one being which establishing concrete public access at the site. I don't know if high density is appropriate for the scale of this location, but touching on one of my other points, the housing meetings that planning and Pacifica has participated in, affordable housing is needed in San Mateo County and Pacifica. I do agree that in attending some of the Pacifica housing meetings, I have heard from the community members that Pedro Point doesn't seem to be the most ideal place for high density housing given the community members' thoughts. There are other locations, but I mean, we're kind of a small city with a lot of open space land. There aren't that many locations. I'm somewhat inclined to agree with the general plan's proposed designation of this area. I have noticed that given the affordable housing meetings that me and some of my commissioners and council members have attended, the attendees from the community, some of the comments differ from what was heard here tonight and at the specific plan meeting. So I really encourage the community, whether you have vested interest in purely housing or purely general plan designation changes, to attend both. And then one last point, this will be quick, flooding wise. So I know there's a lot of areas in Pacifica that are prone to flooding. I think the essence of not providing building permits to sites where development might flood, I think the essence is a building permit would not be given to a development that doesn't mitigate or address flooding. And I'm kind of pro-development in areas where there are potential flooding locations, because that gives an opportunity to mitigate. I think the state and the federal procedures with FEMA are beneficial, and they help regulate areas of flood where development needs to comply with those. So flooding-wise, I think development is an opportunity to help mitigate areas nearby where flooding is prone.
I have a couple questions. Is this a wetland? Is it a designated wetland?
We do not know. We do not have a delineation as part of a development project. I think there is a perception in the community based on past fact that this site was included in the National Wetlands Inventory online. That site has been, the Calson site has since been removed from that inventory. And so I think what matters is if a particular project came in, a detailed delineation of both 3-parameter and 1-parameter wetlands would occur, and the development would need to design around those and or include proper mitigations.
Okay, that was in a lot of the letters. Also, someone suggested a prescriptive easement. Prescriptive easement has qualifications. You have to use it for 5 years. You have to, it has to be hostile, so you're doing it against the wishes of the owner, and you also have to pay the taxes. So seeing that that hasn't been done, it's almost impossible in California to get a prescriptive easement on a property. You see it all, like downtown, you can see signs that say prescriptive easement is not allowed here because you just can't take people's property because you walk on it. Maybe I'd like to walk in someone else's property. I've said that many times. I'd like to walk my dog in your backyard, but I don't own it. So I've talked about this so many times, everybody knows what I have to say, so I probably won't say anymore.
What is your answer on this question?
I think it has to go to the new zoning, and even one of the letters we got from one of the people on Pedro Point says, I can see it with maybe 12 homes there. So that could happen too with this zoning. It could be 12 homes. There was a lot of questions about traffic. What if it was a senior housing facility there? There would be no traffic because they barely drive at all. There's a couple people who work there, and most people in senior housing don't drive. So there are a lot of different things that could happen on this property. A lot.
And Madam Mayor, for the benefit of the discussion, I think it's been posed as either coastal residential mixed use or low intensity visitor serving commercial.
So that would not qualify.
Well, what I wanted to say is there is another use sort of in the middle of that continuum, visitor serving commercial, or there are other commercial uses that are entirely different, or designations, I should say. So there are other options than the two that have been proposed by the speakers and discussed up here.
Okay. Go ahead.
So we talked about best case scenario. So what about worst case scenario under the coastal residential mixed use? When I say worst case scenario, I'm talking about how many units could be built there at its most extreme point. Residential.
Probably upwards of 75 units, and if you were to factor in a density bonus by providing affordable housing or senior housing, for example, perhaps up to 50% more units, so 100 or more units potentially in a worst case scenario, quote unquote.
Yeah.
Or a most intensive scenario, I would rather call it.
Okay. So I agree with some of the things that were said tonight in that while we do need housing, I don't think that that's the best location. I think on more of a transit corridor, and we'll hear a little bit later on this evening some of those changes that are recommended for some of our better suited transit corridor for high density housing, which I will support. But for this area, I go shopping there all the time. I can't even find a parking spot now. I might actually be supportive of a parking structure as opposed to any housing there. It sounds out of control to me. So my recommendation, would be to go to low density visitor serving for this site and focus more housing on our more transit corridor, our more folks who are going to use transportation, and focus on our transportation too, because it's part of our climate action plan. I also disagree, Commissioner Berman, when you're and I know you have more experiences than I do, about developing areas on the coast to help with flood mitigation. And we've seen things pass at commission, at Planning Commission, that are in the flood zone very recently, and then pass again at council up here. And they're in the flood zone, and they're very risky situations that people are going to be living in. So I also wouldn't recommend that for that purpose and the flooding alone. A lot of folks that are in that lower Lindemar area have since gone out and got flood insurance because of all the local coastal planning, which is smart. So I don't recommend that, and I hope I hear a little bit more support up here for that low intensity visitor serving. This is going to be really difficult to pass unless we lower that risk of residential housing there. And when I say pass, I mean we can pass the general plan all we want, but if whatever's going to go on down there is going to be fought tooth and nail, and the city will just pay for it. We're going to have our council goals. We're going to have everything disrupted. So.
May I ask just a quick question? So we heard a scenario where if you take the general plan designation together with the zoning, you can build housing. Is there also a plausible scenario where you have the general plan designation and the zoning and you can't build any housing? Well, you've got the commercial general plan designation and then not the C2, but...
So under the city's current zoning, there are 3 commercial zoning districts, C1, C2, and C3. C3 does not allow residential in a mixed-use form, so that commercial district does not allow housing. C1 and C2 do allow mixed-use housing in the manner that we've discussed. So all three of those zoning districts are applied to the same single commercial land use designation in the current general plan.
Right, thank you. And I was actually asking about the zoning at the time of the purchase back in the...
I don't know the date of purchase. I don't know the zoning in effect at that time. I can't comment on that.
Thank you.
Well, I had another question. I guess it really went to, I know that we're dealing with certain land use designations in the general plan. In this particular instance, we were talking about coastal residential mixed use and low density visitor serving. I was curious about whether or not we had the ability perhaps to consider maybe even inventing another designation, maybe one that would provide for maybe a little less density even than the density we're talking about here under residential mixed use, something that might afford or coastal low-density residential mixed use, something where maybe we're talking about fewer units or special per acre or certain kinds of institutional, or maybe that's the wrong word, but types of development that maybe were serving populations that maybe would be less intensive in their use. Maybe we're talking about situations of people who don't drive, for example. Is that something that's within our ability to consider?
Sure, I think it's possible. I think an alternative that maybe fits better within the bounds of what this process has been, which is an update and a refresh rather than a new planning process, is to consider whether there are caveats which should be included in the description of this site. As you'll see in the general plan, the draft general plan, there are site-specific notes that are included as guidance for any future project. So perhaps the guidance for this site, for instance, is that appropriate densities here would be in the low to medium range of the 10 to 15 units per acre, or even something lower than that.
Thank you. That might be something I'd be in support of.
And although it's not a direct relationship, just for point of reference, the low-density residential range is 3 to 9 units per acre. We've sort of talked about coastal residential mixed use as being quote-unquote medium density. That's 10 to 15. So you'd be looking perhaps at the next range from 3 to 9 or 5 to 9 or something in that range.
Per acre, right?
Per acre, correct.
If we went in that direction, then commercial wouldn't be included, though. Is that correct?
It would. I think, as I took Commissioner Niblin's point, is that perhaps we keep the framework of coastal residential mixed use with a site-specific guidance about an even lower range of residential development.
So we're saying the mixed part of the mixed use would include numbers toward the low-density residential?
That's how I could imagine it taking form, yes.
And I agree with that also. It's something I appreciate about the narrative structure of the general plan, and I think that's a great way to utilize it.
I agree as well. I think that's a good proposal.
And it would be low density, correct? Is that what we're talking? I want to be very clear because I think that our community has come out loud and clear talking about that. And I also wanted to comment that we had several folks from Pedro Point come out to all of the planning meetings, the housing meetings and all Plan Pacifica meetings. They were present all over the place. So I just wanted to clarify the low density.
They were. I'll vouch for that.
Yeah?
Low density.
How many acres is it?
Is 5.
Okay.
Approximately 5.
So it could be up to 50?
45 if you do a low density range, yes. And more with a density bonus, potentially.
Actually, I just asked my fellow council members, it's 5, and I don't agree with 10 to 15 dwelling units per acre at 5. I thought that was 10 to 15 total, so I kind of misread that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool. I'm glad we clarified that.
Yeah, I just read that wrong.
So we're talking about low-intensity, visitor-serving, commercial site with 3 to 9 houses possibly per acre.
Well, the idea initiated by Commissioner Niblin was, as I understood it, to keep the coastal residential mixed use types of uses, but then to push for a lower range of residential density within that, not to transition to the visitors, to the low intensity visitor serving commercial.
That's right. I was thinking something more in the nature of, I don't know, 3 to 5. You know, I didn't have a particular number in mind, but the idea was something lower intensity.
3 to 5 sounds better than.
It seems like we're assuming, I guess, that housing is something that is allowable under the general plan designation and zoning, but I guess I was still just unclear on whether that's an assumption that we have to make. It seems to me still that there was general plan designation and zoning in place years back that didn't allow, at least there's a scenario where that doesn't allow any housing. Am I?
I think you're correct. It's unclear based on the 1980 general plan and the current zoning. I think what we're trying to focus on is the designation moving forward and what's appropriate, with perhaps the past as a guide, but not a definitive.
And I guess that's what I just want to get out there is there isn't a scenario that we could assume as well that didn't allow for any housing out there.
I think that's correct and yet to be determined, yes.
I have a question, because I keep hearing different land use designations. Coastal low density and intensity and visitor serving commercial versus residential. Could you enumerate for us one more time what all the options are that we're talking about?
So there are a range for anybody that has the draft general plan. The designations begin on page 4-7. So there are a series of mixed-use designations, with most intensive being mixed-use center, up to 50 units per acre, all the way down to coastal residential mixed-use, which has the 10 to 15 units per acre designation. Then there are a variety of other commercial designations which you could apply, which do not allow residential, such as retail commercial, office commercial, service commercial. And then they get into the visitor-serving orientations of visitor-serving commercial, no residential allowed, and low-intensity visitor-serving commercial, no residential allowed.
I think we have a time check here of 10 minutes to 7. And if we have to start our meeting at 7, we're not even have discussed the LCP. So.
Or any of the other sites.
Yeah,
or anything else. I mean,
we need another study session. There's no way. I have so many other questions and comments on the rest of this document and everything that was presented to us. There's no possible way we can do that in 10 minutes.
I don't want to throw away this discussion, though.
No.
Just for the point.
No.
So, John, would you like to reiterate what you said?
Well, again, I think that having had the opportunity to have it refined some by staff and listening to council and some fellow commissioners, I think my thought again was that we look at the proposed designation as set forth in 2014, coastal residential mixed use, with a narrative, however, that would make clear that we would, as to this specific site, we'd be talking about if, in fact, there was residential development, recognizing that's something that would have to be authorized by whatever zoning is implemented pursuant to the land use designation, and then further a particular project that makes it through the development process, it would be at the low end of the zone or the density that's otherwise authorized, and maybe something even below the 10 to 15. I was thinking again myself, something more like 3 to 5 units per acre, so that we'd have a narrative relative to this particular parcel that said something like that.
Or perhaps may I add just a maximum count in that narrative? So
that would be
a density range and then no more than X amount.
I think what Commissioner Berman is saying is consistent with what I had in mind, again, is sort of making clear to future generations, so to speak, that that's the density that would be authorized in that range and no higher.
And would that would not allow for any open space?
No, that's not what I was intending.
No, that's not. Again,
Okay.
It might be that, you know, it all remains open space. It's just, again, sort of the flexibility in the general plan to do something that might include residential at a density that's significantly more modest than what we're talking about in this document right now.
Maximum of 5? That's what I heard several times? Maximum of 5 units?
That was consistent with what I was thinking.
Per acre, correct?
Per acre.
And I think it's important to remember we're in the general plan discussion. We will have an opportunity, if and when this document's ever adopted, to implement a comprehensive zoning update to match these general plan designations, where we can dial in with greater refinement what's appropriate for specific zoning districts, potentially including, you know, a unique district for this site if it's at the council's desire.
But the timing of that process would occur after the adoption of the general plan, yes?
Right, that's correct.
So to Commissioner Niblin's point, I think about, or maybe you made it initially, putting specific limitations within the general plan use designation now that restrict
that would restrict what we could do by way of zoning in the future. Correct.
I think I was trying to get to the point of specific matters about percent open space or building masses and floor area can be dialed in more specifically in the zoning than they typically are in the general plan. So don't feel like you've missed that opportunity if we move on with some general parameters tonight, like 3 to 5 units per acre, for example.
Right. So right now, so tonight we're going to make a recommendation on the designation.
That's correct. That's one outcome that we hope to get from tonight.
Okay,
Yes.
so I would check, because this is, we don't make a vote, we don't vote tonight. We make a recommendation, and I would get the sense that the recommendation is Commissioner Niblin's suggestion of a lower density visitor serving. I think that's what I heard, but that the actual details of that residential piece could be designated at a different time. Okay,
and if I could clarify as to Councilmember Martin, I think it was, I actually was using the coastal residential mixed use rather than visitor serving, because I think that was more of a commercial designation. But I think the idea is exactly what I had, what you were communicating. I just want to make sure the terminology was, I get a little confused in my own head, I think.
And if I could just clarify, the language currently does state coastal access and open space must be provided and environmental resources must be evaluated and protected.
Okay. For the record, I don't support any housing at that site, but it sounds like by consensus this evening, this is as close as we're going to get. And for the sake of the 5 minutes, the 2 minutes that we have left, and the probably about 5 or 6 more hours worth of conversation that we need to have, I will. Does everyone agree to that? For that site? Yeah. And then what are we going to recommend for the rest of this meeting?
The rest of the what?
My point is, where do we go from here? We can't have this meeting the rest of the night.
I would really like to suggest that we have another space set aside for a study session. There's just way too much here.
Right, so.
And I want to have an opportunity to like participate in this because I wasn't here before in 2014, you know, and I have many, many questions.
So I do want to recognize that there's way much more to discuss with the council and with the planning commission. I also want to just be transparent about that may have schedule impacts. And so, you know, we will go back tomorrow and figure out, you know, when we can hold another meeting and what that means to the schedule. You know, so I just wanted to make sure that I said that and that was clear.
I'd appreciate that.
So this one item, as basically agreed on by most people, will be finished, and we'll move on to the other items that were suggested, the LCP managed retreat, et cetera.
Yes, we can structure the agenda that way and the staff report, yes.
Okay.
However, we haven't voted on it yet, just so everyone's clear about that.
Session.
Yeah.
So we are not voting, it's just a recommendation, it's a consensus of the group. Consensus doesn't mean everyone agrees.
Honorable Mayor, Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. In terms of continuing the discussion, one of the options would be to look at the same time on September 9th, which is the next City Council meeting. As Director Wehrmeister said, we'll have to look at the schedule, but next Monday is Labor Day, and then the following Monday is the next regular council meeting. So unless we were able to go back and find a date that commissioners and council can make in continuing a study session on a non-Monday meeting, that would be one of the options. I'll ask Director Wehrmeister if there seems to be any obvious other concerns with potentially doing that.
No, I can't think of any.
And then I think that the council does need to, I'll turn to the city attorney in terms of action, in terms of continuing the meeting, whether you need to sort of take action to do that. But the intent would be that the Calson property has been discussed, and we'll move on to the other priority sites.
The council's option at this point would be, if the council is inclined to make a motion to continue this study session to September 9th at 5 o'clock, that could be done, and no new noticing would have to be done because it would be continued to a date certain. Or if the council's unclear at this point what it wants to do with the next study session, then you would just take no action, and staff would then determine a date that's acceptable for everybody and repost it and renotice it.
Well, I'd like to make a motion that we continue this on September 9th at time certain, 5 p.m.
I have a comment. I think we're going to need another study session after that. Given the amount of folks that came tonight, there's another very large topic that we need to discuss. So I think you might want to look at 2 more study sessions.
So do you want me to?
Or one at a time.
It's up to you.
Should I amend my motion with another date? Is that what you're suggesting?
Well, we don't.
John?
Could I, just to offer a comment, I mean, I know most folks were able to get here, and I apologize for being late. It's a little of a challenge for, I'm sure, some members of the community and myself to, for example, to get here at 5. And if there's an actual, sort of really significant sort of amount of stuff to be discussed, I was curious about maybe the possibility as much of an imposition as it is on staff, and I recognize it is, whether or not a Saturday for some significant block of time might be an easier way to ensure that folks can be there. And again, I don't state that lightly. I recognize it. It's a major imposition.
I'm okay either way.
Yeah, I would definitely support that.
I agree. September's a little bit tight, though. We have a lot going on in town September.
I'm sensitive to Director Wehrmeister's comments about this process affecting the overall schedule. I think we saw that a lot last year, and I wish to guard against that this time. So is it possible for us to make a decision in that regard tonight?
The council can make
taking Commissioner Niblin's point about Saturday, can we have a discussion and pick a Saturday and put that onto a motion?
Yes. I mean, the council can make a motion to continue to any date or dates that it so chooses.
And it could possibly be longer than 2 hours?
Yeah, absolutely. So, it really is up to the council in terms of how you want to approach this. You could also just schedule it for September 9th and then intend to have a discussion on when the next study session would be after September 9th.
Fog fest.
At the September 9th meeting. So there's, whatever the council chooses to do, they can do.
I would also like to offer that, although it's not a regular council meeting night, we do have planning commission meeting Mondays that are available.
Let's do that.
Well,
Right. Can we do the next two? Can we do, I'm just throwing this out here. I don't know what everybody's schedule is. But we come to your council, your commission meeting, study at that night, and then also the next two. So that gives us at least 4 hours. I don't know if that works. But.
So the 9th and the 16th, Monday, and if you're late, you're late.
So the next planning commission
It's
meeting.
the 3rd, actually, isn't it?
Yeah, it is on the 3rd.
Did it get moved because of Labor Day?
Oh.
So it's on the Tuesday.
I wanted to say to Commissioner Niblin's point, though, I'm not quite sure what his work schedule is, but oftentimes I know that weekdays period, he might be suggesting it's more difficult for him to get here that early on a weekday period, which might be why a Saturday could be advantageous. I just wanted to throw that out there.
And certainly not indispensable. I'll get here when I can get here, but...
First weekend in October.
You're at least preferred.
21st.
No, it's Coastal Cleanup Day.
Oh, you're right.
So October
7th?
5th? Or
September
October
7th, the Saturday.
After 4 p.m.?
Is there an opportunity, I don't know if staff could recommend, is there an opportunity to replace one of the Planning Commission upcoming meetings?
yeah, so we were just discussing that, for example, on the 3rd, there may be an opportunity to have a very short planning commission meeting if we needed to get an item. I'm not recalling everything that's on the agenda right now, or to be able to move that item and just have a full evening of study session with the joint planning commission and city council meeting.
How's that for you guys?
Works for me.
That works for me.
And I'll just
Sounds
add,
good.
one of the advantages of the 3rd would be that would be a less of an impact to the overall project schedule as well, because it's sooner.
So do we need to also pin down a Saturday while we're doing this? No, not at this point?
We'll wait.
So we're gonna propose replacing substantially, if we can, the agenda for the planning commission meeting on the 3rd to continue to study the study session, and we're gonna have the 5 o'clock on
I think
the
maybe
following.
5:30?
5:30?
5:30?
Better?
On the 9th as well.
I think
On the 9th?
5:30 is better, because there was a lot more people here at 5:30 than 5.
And I recognize that, and we heard a lot in the community comments about that being a difficulty, but in light of urgency around maintaining our schedule.
And I believe I'll add that in continuing it, we need a time certain for the 3rd.
Time certain for the 3rd. 5:30?
5:30.
Well, as for the 9th? Are we doing a study session before the, no, it would be in, for
So
the
my
regular.
goal is to actually, if there's anything that's already been noticed, to go ahead and continue the items on the 3rd to the extent that that's not going to cause a huge problem at all.
So that would be the regular meeting time?
7 o'clock.
Not early?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think-
Regular planning commission time on the
Go
3rd at
5:30.
7 PM.
No, let's go 5:30, can we?
5:30, September 3rd, be here, be square.
That work? Okay.
Because that gives us more time to discuss it.
Yeah.
And then we could maybe do it in that one time period
And
if we
then-
start at 5:30.
Then at 7 o'clock, you're
Berman has
just,
something to say.
7 o'clock, you're
just keep going.
continue.
I agree with where this is going. I just had a question. Since we're meeting again, does that open public comment again?
Yes.
Okay.
And that will allow me to also ask questions and have them answered and published, so you guys can understand where I'm going with all this? Okay, that would be real helpful.
Okay, there was a motion.
Yeah.
Was there a second?
Second.
Everyone want to vote by raising your right hand, because we can't vote the normal way.
In agreement?
For the continuance.
To the 5:30
Okay.
on the 3rd.
5:30 on the 3rd to continue this meeting. Thank you all for coming, and thank you very much for going along with our wishes. We're going to take a short break, and then we're going to come back for our regular meeting. Thank you.
Shanghai? Or?
Yeah. Oh, no, different.
Mayor Sue Vaterlaus.
Here. Okay, please rise to salute the flag, and you're leading it again.
One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have a proclamation for Cal Hinton. Is anyone here from the Hinton family? Okay. What we're going to do with that then is we're going to wait until next time to present this to the family. We did adjourn in his honor, but we will wait till the next, if they choose to come to the, is that correct?
That seems fair. Doesn't matter when you do it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. We didn't have any, we reached out to the family and didn't hear back. So we don't have any confirmation, that they're available at the next meeting or not. So it's the council's choice as to whether to go ahead and, present it, to read it tonight and we'll get it to them, or to try to communicate with them to have a representative here at the next meeting.
Just wait a minute. Just wait.
Everyone? Okay, we have decided to wait and see if someone can be here to present, to do the proclamation when they're here, and to receive the proclamation. So our next item is a 2019 Open Space Preservation Award to the Pacific Beach Coalition.
Hi, I'm Ellen Natason. I'm chair of the Pacifica Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee, and this is the rest of the committee here. And we are here to present the award to the Pacific Beach Coalition. And first of all, I wanted to thank all of the people who submitted nominations. People put a lot of energy into these nominations, and they're a lot of great candidates, and every year we have a hard time because there's so many amazing people in this community doing so many great things for open space. However, the Pacific Beach Coalition is a clear winner, and they have contributed amazing things to our community, and our numbers in this award are already out of date because they've accomplished so much more just in the last week, and they continue to grow, and they've inspired a lot of people in our community, not just their own members, but other people. So here is the proclamation. So whereas the Pacific Beach Coalition has been an organization operating in and around Pacifica since 2005 and has organized thousands of hours of volunteer service in litter cleanup and habitat restoration for Pacifica's open spaces, beaches, and coast from Manor to Pedro Point and beyond. And whereas the Pacific Beach Coalition has inspired volunteerism in pursuing environmental causes, education, and actions that maintain the beauty and benefit of Pacifica's open spaces and beaches for residents and visitors to enjoy. And whereas the Pacific Beach Coalition has engaged over 112,000 volunteers since 2005, collecting over 203,475 pounds of trash from the beaches and coastal areas, and collecting over 688,000 cigarette butts, and diverting over 44,000 pounds of recyclables. And whereas the Pacific Beach Coalition has removed over 100 tons of weeds from coastal areas and replaced weeds and non-native plants along the Pacifica Coastal Trail with native plants grown by volunteers and donated to the effort. And whereas the Pacific Beach Coalition has engaged volunteers from across the San Francisco Bay Area with a corporate give-back program, bringing visitors to Pacifica to volunteer their time and enjoy the beauty that is to be found in Pacifica and to frequent our local businesses, parks, and beaches. And whereas the Pacific Beach Coalition has made it a mission to further increase the natural beauty of Pacifica's beaches, creeks, coastal trails, and areas to the benefit of the citizens of Pacifica and its visitors. Now, therefore, let it be proclaimed that we, the Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee of the City of Pacifica, do hereby declare the Pacific Beach Coalition the recipient of the 2019 Pacifica Open Space Preservation Award. Members are going to come up to accept their award, and Lynn Adams would like to say a few words.
Sure, thank you. Thank you. I have to say that one of the organizations that I really love is the Open Space Committee, and I love that our forebears have protected our open spaces, and it's not been an easy thing to do. It's not been an easy thing to continue to do, but it's been kind of the right thing to do. And we are blessed because we have our open spaces, and so I value your work, and I want to applaud and thank you as well. On behalf of the Pacific Beach Coalition, I value this award more than you know, and I think we all value this award because we've worked so hard since 1997. Jim and Anna right here are our founding, almost our founding. They were here at that time that we started doing beach cleanups. They are the reason that we started doing cleanups. And so from there, and then we have Mike Oyella, who's been leading the habitat restoration since 2009 at the Lindemar Beach area, and he's out there every month leading teams of people. And I'd like to also thank the people before us. The people before us. We have, Clark Natwick, we have Kathy Kellerman, we have Mary Petrelli, and they all kind of got together with Shirley Sewer and said, hey, at least for the restoration, all right? And they said, hey, this beach is really a special place. We could have snowy plovers, but all we have right now is ice plant. And so almost single-handedly, these people started removing the ice plant, and then things went on, right? And now we do have snowy plovers. We've had over like 35 snowy plovers in the past several years at one time. And Mike Oyella picked it up when Clark Natwick wasn't able to do it anymore. And I have to say that my hero, my earth hero, is Clark Natwick, because he was out there picking up every fourth Sunday, and more times than not, he was all by himself. And it didn't matter to him. And then Mary Petrelli and Kathy Kellerman got us all the plants from Go Native, and Mary Petrelli was the one that was like, hey, these are the native plants that work. She worked with the GGNRA, and they worked together to make this all happen. And so that's the restoration part of it. And I'm not sure that many of us can really remember 10 years back when the switchbacks and the Lindemar Beach, 20 years back, the Lindemar Beach was just all ice plant. 10 years back, the switchbacks and all the way across the hill from the highway were full of weeds. That was all there was. And all the way down the bike path was solid weeds. And only through thousands of volunteer hours have we been able to transform that. And every year we put in more thousands of hours removing the weeds, but also getting the native plants going. So that's on the habitat restoration, and we now have a beautiful place where all our citizens can walk and enjoy and learn a little bit of something. And all the people that have participated in the habitat restoration know a little bit more about native habitat and its value to the planet. And it's really important for us to learn that lesson. And then we also have all the cleanups, the beach cleanups, and the street cleanups, and the park cleanups, and the Earth Day cleanups all through our community. And these volunteers reach down and pick it up. We don't have pickup sticks for them, but they reach down and they touch the earth, and they pick up thousands of cigarette butts, thousands of plastic pieces, okay, thousands of styrofoam pellets. They pick up all this stuff that is so impactful to the environment. And you can't do that work and not be affected by it and not take home something And I think that's the work that the Beach Coalition has done, is trying to get people that lesson, that we can make some changes. We can end litter. We can make changes on our buying habits. We can be an example for others. And it's probably the greatest joy that I have is witnessing all these volunteers come from all over, not just in the state of California, not just in the Bay Area, but all over they come. I had a volunteer team from Minnesota last year, a bunch of kids that wanted to give back, and these kids came out and did a restoration and a cleanup. And it leaves them with something that's very important, a connection to the planet, and a knowledge about marine debris, and a knowledge about native habitat. And when they left, and when all these volunteers come and serve and leave, they go home with something that's very special and irreplaceable. They go home with the knowledge that I make a difference. This is too much cigarette butts. This is too much plastic. I can do better. We can do better. And when they go home like that, the world can change. And that's what this is about. And if we were to put a value on the 112,000 volunteers since 2015 to 2018, not even counting this year, that would put a price tag of over $6 million to the city of Pacifica and to our planet right here, to our city. That's just volunteer time. And that doesn't include the people that go out to eat lunch, eat dinner, come back again with their family and shop and play and enjoy our beaches and parks, and to buy their gasoline and to build our community and our economy. So thank you to the Beach Coalition members. Thank you to the Pacifica Open Space Committee. Thank you to the City of Pacifica for all your support. This is a partnership, and we make each other better. Thank you.
Yeah.
Wait.
We can have comments.
Comments.
Well, first I just want to thank everybody on the Open Space Committee for all of your service to our community. I really appreciate all of you. And honestly, I don't want to live in a community where we don't have a beach coalition. Like, you guys have been a part of my life for so long now, and all the kids that I work with, and my family, and so thank you. Just thank you so much.
Ditto to what Mary said. And I serve as liaison to the Open Space Committee, so it was really nice to sit back and listen to all of the nominees and hear Pacific Beach Coalition as one of them, and also as a very active member. Feeling really proud that I get to be a part of that all the time, and that and look at where we are now. So that's cool. Thanks. Good. Congrats.
Thank you.
I just want to thank you for the inspiration that you give to us, to our kids in school. The extent of the work that goes out with kids doing the little art projects on the fences. And I traveled in Europe earlier this summer, and I know I've been permanently changed. My viewpoint has been permanently changed as I'm walking in Prague and there's drains with cigarette butts in them. I'm like, no, it's gonna go to the river, it's gonna go, because I know that. And so, and I look for those those metal filters that catch things, and I understand that that's part of our thinking and our culture now, and I just appreciate all the awareness that you've brought to it.
Thank you.
Thank you for all the work you do. It's all been said.
Thanks. The first time I went out to only pick up cigarette butts, I went to the Rockaway parking lot where I work, and I had a container this big in an hour full of cigarette butts. I never saw so many cigarette butts in my life, and now I see them, and I didn't see them before that. Mm-hmm. I always picked up trash, but I never picked up cigarette butts, and it's pretty amazing. And thank you all for the open space and the Beach Coalition for everything.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could say one more thing, I would like to say thank you to our next generation of leaders. we have right here, this is Boy Scout Troop 256, and they have always cleaned from St. Peter's, either Rosita Road, or they come down Oddstadt and clean Park Mall. So for Coastal Cleanup Day, these guys are going to come out to Park Mall, and we will see how many cigarette butts they get. And I have well, if I could do a bet, my bet would be that they could come up with the most cigarette butts of any group in the group. So you guys, I'm going to count on you to find those, okay? And thank you for your work, 256, and for your support for Earth Day and all the community groups and partnerships that we have with so many people that come, and the community groups that take spaces that the volunteers from outside of town do not want to go. So we are cleaning other spaces, so thank you to the community groups as well.
Thank you. Picture?
Yeah. The middle table.
You know how this works.
Okay, now we're moving on to the consent calendar. Does anyone on council want to remove anything from the consent calendar? Does anyone from the would anyone from the public like to remove anything from the consent calendar? Seeing none, I'll bring that back to council.
Move we accept the consent calendar as
I'll
stated.
second.
Please vote.
I think we're off.
Oh, but it worked.
Okay, and that passes 5-0. So we're not off. Okay, next is oral communications, and I have 4 cards. Tiger, then John Keener, then Therese Dyer, and Lori Goldberg.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. I'm Tiger Jazz Twirl's Big Stick of Pacifica. Please press the timer button. As much as I'd love to have more than 3 minutes to talk, it's hardly fair. And thank you for that opportunity earlier to have that joint study session. For me, even though it was a very difficult topic, just being a part of that process is fun, and I'm honored to be here with the rest of y'all. But that is not why I'm here. I'm here because on September 7th, it is a Saturday coming up shortly, I will be doing a book signing at Florey's from 2 o'clock in the afternoon to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. My new book is available. It's available at Florey's bookstore now, as well as Amazon and barnesandnoble.com, and you can order it from any favorite bookseller of yours. The Chronicles of the Angels of Eden, Volume 1, Part 1. Been working on this thing. Took me about 6.5 years to get a first draft down, and then some edits, and now it is available. So I'm very excited, September 7th, to be doing this book signing at Florey's. As some of you know, I have a couple degrees from Tulane University. I majored in English with an emphasis in creative writing and religious studies. And through my religious studies major, I came to the conclusion that religion, when it's not being misappropriated to kill people over the common conversation of whose creator is best, it's largely a literary tradition. as well as a communal one. And it is something that, when done in a helpful manner, brings people not just together, but hopefully gets them closer to an idea of what consciousness in its highest forms entails. And so my supposition that religion is largely a literary tradition, this draws from that literary tradition. In Christianity, you have the opener of John. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God, which draws on an earlier tradition from the Hebrew Scripture. In the beginning God said, which is the original version of what's later extrapolated in the book of John. And so the premise of this book is these angels are having a conversation with God about the conditions under in which the Adam and Eve event happened. And after this conversation, God says, well, if you think you can help them, eat from the fruit of knowledge, fruit from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and you'll be able to help them as you think you perhaps can, at which point they all get incarnated into human form, and then the fun begins. There's sex, there's violence, all the popular things, and hopefully there's also a recommendation or two of what, frankly, all the great world religions are pointing to at their heart. So if you have any interest in what I hope is a good read and perhaps a book signing, Florey's on the 7th, 2 o'clock. Thank you.
John?
Hello to council and staff. 3 minutes, not 5 minutes. The Pacifica Beach Coalition was really deserving and is wonderful to see. But I come here tonight with another task. It is with great sadness that I announce the passing of Nancy Morrison. She was a counselor and mediator for the San Mateo County Family Law Court. She was also an animal lover. Upon her retirement, she threw herself into working with the Pacifica Resource Center. Nancy is beloved by her husband, Peter Loeb, a former council member and mayor, by a large extended family, and by many friends. And may she rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Therese Dyer, and then Lori Goldberg.
Good evening, City Council and staff. First, I'd like to say kudos to our police chief who evidently followed up on the person, one of his own, well, she actually is a police officer in San Francisco that pulled the fire alarm. However, I'm speaking on another issue, and it's going to be constructive criticism regarding his department, okay? It seems like when I returned from Washington, D.C., I went to Minnesota to visit my family, and my neighbor knew that I was in Minnesota because I left him my sister's phone number. However, it seems like he suffered some vandalism to his truck, BB shots in his car or whatever. Anyway, so he called the police officer and made a report. And then the police officer went door to door, I guess, to see if anybody's seen anything or if they had a camera. He also went to my house, which of course I wasn't home, I was in Minnesota, right? And the doors seemed to be slightly opened. It depends on whose version you get, whether it was an inch open or it was wide open. And I guess according to a code, he has a right to go in the house to see if anything is all right. However, when I interviewed him with a witness, some of his remarks were inconsistent. One of them, he said I didn't have a fence on either side of my home, which I do. Then he said he went in the back and looked in my family room and seen that everything seemed to be okay. And then he says he heard something in the garage. Well, if he heard something in the garage, then why didn't he call another officer to see if I'm laying there dead or whatever? You know, I mean, it just is, I mean, he's a rookie, right? I'm not going to mention his name. He's been on the force 2 years. I'm just disappointed that after 2 years, he doesn't have the proper training. And maybe that's where the police chief could improve. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Lori Goldberg. Okay, I believe she's gone. So that will bring it back to council for council communications. Who wants to start?
Okay, I'll start. Hello, everybody. So over the past couple weeks, I've attended several things, but the first thing I wanted to talk about is on September 14th, it's Pacifica Resource Center's annual fundraiser, Palmapalooza. So please join us in supporting the Pacifica Resource Center. You can go to their website at pacresourcecenter.org/Palmapalooza. There's lots of information out there. Please join us. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. I attended the Library Advisory Committee where we talked about the public outreach for the possibilities of 2 libraries in Pacifica, updating and modernizing 2 libraries in Pacifica. And you can find out more about that at pacificalibraryproject.com. I attended the Age-Friendly Task Force meeting where we are continuing the conversations on a housing symposium for seniors where we're going to invite different kinds of housing agencies in to discuss how they can apply for housing, get assistance for housing. We're going to be looking at doing an age-friendly business outreach so that our businesses in town can participate in age-friendly activities. And then the big thing that's going on is a Connect-A-Ride seniors transportation program, which is going to happen through Senior Services. We're very excited about that. We're really happy to be looking at age-friendly cities because there's a ton of older adults now and we need to be as age-friendly as we can. So I am very proud of the work that has gone on in that task force. I attended the Emergency Preparedness Commission, and we actually went over the safety component of the general plan. So thank you. That's it. That's it for me. Thanks.
Sure. I attended the mayor's lunch with Mayor Vaterlos, and it was over at YouTube headquarters in San Bruno. And it's North Coast County, so we talk to other mayors and vice mayors about local issues. And one of the things that we talked about with San Bruno was their most recent residential development that was shot down by council. They had a lot of different issues, and the most concerning being almost every council member having a conflict of interest because they lived right near the site. So it was really eye-opening, but what was also interesting was the levels of security that they had at that meeting because it was at YouTube headquarters and because of the mass shooting, or the shooting that was there a few years ago. They also had a shooting in San Bruno, and they are also, the day that we were there, they had a hate crime that had occurred that it's too graphic to go into here, but you may have read about it. So the last thing that we learned at that meeting was, it was a presentation by a woman that I can't remember her name. I had all the information, but I neglected to bring it in from my car, for a campaign for United Against Hate. And you may recall, it was last year, Berkeley had a number of folks that came out, and they were actually going to be, they were having a hate rally. And so there was this campaign that started up to folks coming out and standing up against hate, but Berkeley wanted to do something, but they didn't want people to get out there and sort of be in the middle of it. So they put together this campaign called United Against Hate, and you can look at it online. But one of the things that they're going to be doing this year is celebrating a week of this group. That everyone would be united against hate. There would be some activities, maybe some art projects around it. They were considering flying the flag half-mast just for the week. and we would be able to participate in some of those activities, and I'd get more information, but my recommendation to council would be, if there was no opposition, that we sort of throw our name in there, we get some signs. I'll engage the Pacifica Peace people and other organizations, Faith in Action, to help us publicize just a small campaign to be united against hate, specifically during that week. Given all of the mass shootings that we've had, I think it's a pretty appropriate thing to support. And unless I heard any opposition, I would just go ahead and make a recommendation.
Can you remind me when it is?
Yeah, it's November 17th through the 22nd. And I can send more information to city manager. He was also there. So some of the city managers were just like signing on there. And, you know, I just said I would announce it at council and see unless there was any opposition. And I had big posters and a whole bunch of things in my car, and I just didn't bring it in. So, and if, okay, great. I don't think I hear any opposition. The other thing was, at our open space meeting, the California Coastal Conservancy came and gave us a presentation of a study that they're going to be doing to continue connecting their coastal trail in Pacifica from Lindemar over to Devil's Slide. So you'll be seeing some information out about that in various forms, and one of them will be connected to Pacifica, and it'll be surveys and things like that about, you know, your hiking needs, and please stay tuned for that. We also, Peninsula Clean Energy, I just wanted to let everyone know, at the meeting this week, we learned that, well, we learned it a couple weeks ago, that we got, not we Pacifica, but we San Mateo County got $12 million from the state to work on EV infrastructure needs in the county, and that's a lot of money. They're going to be working on
electronic vehicle.
Yeah, good. Yeah, EV is electronic vehicle charging station, so using clean energy. Multi-unit housing, a lot of multi-unit housing in San Mateo County does not have the means to charge their electric vehicles. So there are tons of people who want to buy an electric vehicle, but you know, one of the presentations that we had actually the attorney from San Mateo County electric vehicle, a picture of her extension cord running from her bedroom window all the way across the parking lot in her carport to her vehicle. So, I mean, she has every right to use the electricity that she's paying for. She just, you know, people were driving over her extension cord and things. And so it would support things like that. Also, charging stations in the workplace and curbside as well as fast charging. So, you know, you can charge things overnight and it could take all night, or you could charge things in an hour or two, depending. So there's $12 million out there, and if anything comes up, I would recommend that Pacifica start looking at applying for those monies. And then finally, Coastal Cleanup Day is coming up on September 21st. I know all those scouts out there know about it, and if you don't know about it, you can look on Pacific Beach Coalition's website, look for a site that you want to work, or you can come work at my site. I'd be happy to have you. That's all I have.
I attended a few meetings. One that I found to be really interesting was the hotel bid meeting, which is Business Improvement District. It was a great opportunity to kind of get that visitor serving perspective in light of my work with the Economic Development Committee, and I'm beginning to see the crossovers there and the opportunities in terms of Economic Development Committee and the Chamber. And one of the ideas that we're working on in the Economic Development Committee is actually connecting with former members of the Economic Development Committee and recognizing that this group that's facing what they're looking at and what they're investigating under the current plan that we just approved is not the first group that's looked at this issue. And so as to benefit from each other's thinking and learning and perhaps not reinvent the wheel. So we're working on that. I'm glad you mentioned about the EV money with Peninsula Clean Energy, and I would also say if there's a way to give approval to go ahead and ask for that information without waiting to talk to us first, I would agree with that. There was a lot of discussion about electronic vehicle charging at the Economic Development Committee meeting because Kimco was there. And I thought it was a very well-structured meeting in the sense that I was not there for Assistant City Planner Christian Murdoch's presentation of the general plan update, but it was made before Kimco gave their portion. So they got to hear it. The intent was, and the goal was, that they would hear it too. And as a giant partner in terms of retail, I think that was really well structured. So Library Advisory Committee meeting, as Mary said, library project, PacificaLibraryProject.com. Check it out. I attended the Council of Cities dinner in Portola Valley last Friday night and had the opportunity to hear Jackie Spear speak. And one of her themes, strong theme that night and then the following morning at the Pacifica Democrats meeting here in Pacifica was about violence and gun violence and violence in our society and a lot of things. So it might tie in with that November. And there's a really good packet of handout that I can figure out how to get to everybody because it's very well, you can easily digest it. So that's it.
Just frame of reference of the ECV, the city of Burlingame installed 2 or 3 of those chargers on their city hall property, so they'd probably be, and they got the grant from PCE, so it might be good to contact them to see about how they went through that process and got the funds. I was at the Economic Development Committee meeting. I also went to the Council of Cities dinner. And there was an interesting thing that I don't know how we would want to explore it, but one of the council people from Atherton said that I guess the county, was it the county or was it GGNRA, is now starting a process to look at the fire issues and see about fire danger in the county. And I was almost thinking that's something that we should maybe approach the board of supervisors to do it, because a lot of the wooded areas, it's not just Pacifica, it's San Bruno, South City, San Mateo, Burlingame, Millbrae, you know what I mean? It's the entire peninsula is in the wooded area. So I think that's something, you know, and they were going to be looking at it specifically to see how the fire ratings might be able to be lowered in the county and in different areas. So I was thinking that's something that we might want to check out and see if we could get the county to do that, just simply because there's so many cities that are affected by that. Even Daly City, I mean, they have San Bruno Mountain, Brisbane, you know, has the wild things. And I was just thinking that would be kind of something good to hear. And I also attended Pacifica Democrats. I got to hear Jackie Spear twice, Friday night and Saturday night. So other than that, that was it.
Okay. I quickly attended the employee barbecue, which they looked like they were having a great time, Hawaiian theme, so at least the employees sometimes get to have fun, not just work all the time. I went to the Business Improvement District meeting. I went to the Silicon Valley Convention and Visitors Bureau mixer for the whole county with Thomas. I won a prize. It was fun. Of course I did. I had a meeting with various other mayors on a global, it's not a global networking group, it's more of working on trade issues with both China and Mexico. This is the second meeting, and they want to start a whole process going to have global, they want to hire global SF, who's already been doing it, to do it for San Mateo County also, because we don't have anything specific in the county. I went to the business networking at Pacific Java. I also went to the mayor's lunch, and then I went to speak to Kevin Mullen right after that about, and we mostly talked about housing and the issues that are coming up about housing and restrictions and the bills on rent control, which he understands have failed in 3 cities in the county. Jackie Spear at the Council of Cities, Jackie Spear at the Democrats. And today, I went to the celebration of women events at NASA, and it was about women in leadership. And the first woman that I saw was the next astronaut as a woman, the first astronaut that's going to step foot on the moon as a female. Pretty incredible. They also had speakers, the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, and Anna Eshoo. And it was and several panels with women speaking. It was a great event. They're going to have more on women in leadership. This is the first of 6 that they're going to have. And that was probably the most incredible thing I did all week, or in the last 2 weeks. So, okay. Next, staff communications.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. I have several announcements. The first is I'd like to announce that wastewater has received another award for the Pedro Point Sewer Rehabilitation Project. Either later last year or earlier this year, they had received an award from the American Public Works Association, and recently they received an award for the same project from the American Society of Civil Engineers. So congratulations to wastewater on that project. And relating to wastewater, a couple weeks ago I had the great opportunity to do a work-along with them for about 4 hours early one morning, and was able to take samples on the morning rounds in the plant, which was very enlightening, as well as to head out into the field and to rod out some sewer lines. So it was a very eye-opening experience working alongside a great and experienced and knowledgeable staff. So enjoyed that opportunity. I wanted to mention, and we've been pushing this out and connect with Pacifica and other social media sources, but this Wednesday, so 2 days from now at 11 a.m., will be the San Jose pedestrian overcrossing ribbon cutting that is being held by Caltrans, but sort of co-hosted by the city. It will be in the parking lot at the at Salado Francisca next to the Thai restaurant just over here, and that's 11 a.m. this Wednesday morning. It's also a ribbon cutting essentially for the completion of the Highway 1 paving project, which was finished earlier in the year as well. It was mentioned that Congresswoman Spear spoke on Saturday at the Democrats Club about gun legislation and protections and et cetera, and she did mention in San Mateo County there's usually gun buyback programs that exist. I wanted to announce, and again, information will come out in social media and other sources about this, but the City of Pacifica, as we did last year, will be participating with Daly City in a gun buyback on Saturday, September 7th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Daly City City Hall. City contributes financially to that. Our past experience has been that if it's more local, it's more productive compared to the buybacks that might occur over the hill in San Mateo.
What time was that again?
It is 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Daly City City Hall. We participated in the same event last year with Daly City. And then the final announcement is months ago the council approved our street light post banner policy and program, and I'm happy to say that we have been working and getting close to street banners appearing along Palmetto that will be advertising the Fog Fest, the Fun Fest, the Ohlone Portola celebration event coming up, and there is one more, the PRC. The Pacifica Resource Center as well has, as a nonprofit, will be participating in that as well. So street banners will be appearing along Palmetto in short order. That completes my announcement.
Kevin,
yes.
I thought when we had a discussion, we weren't going to have private entities on the banners. So what is the methodology of which nonprofits are you going to
Sure, yeah, so there are no private entities in that. What the policy says is that it's city-sponsored or co-sponsored organizations, nonprofit organizations. And so for both the Fog Fest and the PRC, they meet that criteria.
Okay.
That completes my communications.
Okay, we're going to move on to the public hearing. The first one is item number 7, the introduction of an ordinance entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Pacifica repealing and replacing Chapter 15, Smoking Prohibitions of Title 4 of the Pacifica Municipal Code to prohibit smoking in certain areas of the city and multi-unit residences.
Good evening.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Dan Steidel. I'm your Chief of Police. So tonight we're here for staff to bring back what council asked for was a multi-unit housing smoking ordinance. To give you just a brief history of how we got where we are tonight, on July 26 of 2018, the San Mateo County Civil Grand Jury released a report on this topic called Smoke-Free Multi-Unit Housing, No Ifs, Ands, or Buts. On October 8th, staff presented a report to the City Council regarding the response to the San Mateo County Civil Grand Jury recommendations. And that recommendation was, being that we were a city that did not have an ordinance in place, that they recommended that we hold a public meeting on this issue to see how the public felt about the matter no later than March 31st of 2019. On March 25th of 2019, staff presented a report to the City Council regarding this topic, focusing on the San Mateo County Civil Grand Jury report. And I discussed existing ordinances in San Mateo County cities. The City Council directed staff to return with a multi-unit smoking ordinance for consideration. And I'd like to remind council that as of that meeting on March 25th of 2019, we fulfilled our commitment to the San Mateo County Civil Grand Jury on this matter. So, to get into the Civil Grand Jury report, it was focused on the health-related risks of secondhand smoke. And there was a great deal of research conducted by the grand jury that staff has also done a little bit of research and has confirmed the sources that the Civil Grand Jury used. They spoke of 7,000 chemicals and more than 50 carcinogens that can be found in cigarette smoke. It stated that cannabis is as toxic as cigarette smoke and contains twice as much tar and ammonia and 8 times as much hydrogen cyanide as cigarette smoke. It also contains many of the same carcinogens and chemicals that cigarette smoke does. People exposed to aerosol emissions from electronic cigarettes, or vaping as it's called, absorb nicotine, a substance that can increase the risk of cancer, birth defects, or reproductive harm at levels comparable to secondhand smoke. The report concluded that toxic emissions from vaping, nicotine, and cannabis products are harmful. The report was focused on the issues related to secondhand smoke in multi-unit dwellings. We know that non-smokers living in multi-unit dwellings are at an increased risk to exposure to secondhand smoke as smoke travels through ventilation systems, electrical outlets, open windows, open doors, and cracks in walls. So in the state of California currently, we've listed many areas where smoking is already illegal. Government buildings within 20 feet of openings, in vehicles where persons under the age of 18 are present, public transportation, indoor workplaces, child daycare centers, correctional facilities, playground and youth sporting events, schools, lines for tickets or tokens, multi-unit housing, indoor common areas, such as common hallways, stairwells, etc. Cannabis in the state of California is illegal to smoke in a public place, such as on the street or anywhere tobacco is prohibited. Our current smoking laws as they stand today in the city of Pacifica, there's no smoking of tobacco products on our beaches or on our municipal pier. There is no smoking inside a tobacco retailer and in all outdoor areas within 20 feet of the door, window, or other openings into the premises. The Pacifica Municipal Code at this point does not address multi-unit residential smoking. So currently, according to our records, there are 142 multi-unit residential dwellings in the city of Pacifica. The majority of those are privately owned. When queried, 20 of the larger complexes in Pacifica, 19 of them already prohibit smoking. That was data that was provided on at the March 25th presentation. In preparation for tonight's presentation and introduction of this ordinance, letters were sent out again to the 142 multi-unit housing owners and associations. From those letters, I received a total of one phone call. That was from a lady who owns a duplex, wanting to know that if we passed such an ordinance in Pacifica, if she would be notified of that ordinance, and the response to her was yes. And that was the only phone call that I received. Notifications were made to the San Mateo County Tobacco Prevention Partnership and the Tobacco Education Coalition, as well as the Youth Leadership Institute. There were also links to the ordinance and the staff report that was available on social media platforms, Connect with Pacifica electronic newsletter. And before I move further, I just wanted to let the council know that we do have representatives in the audience tonight from the Tobacco Prevention Program and the Tobacco Education Coalition from San Mateo County Health. Mr. Craig Wingate, who is a public health educator from the San Mateo County Tobacco Prevention Program, and I'm going to butcher the name, Ms. Smitha Guanjavahala. She is the co-chair of the San Mateo County Tobacco Education Coalition. I offered that to you in the event that you have questions regarding how they will be helping us in the future should we adopt this ordinance, as well as any data they may have, and they would not be limited to the 3 minutes. You could call them on up. So taking a look, you may recognize this graph or this chart. I've changed a little bit from March to reflect where we stand today in this county. As a reminder, the bottom line were the recommendations of the civil grand jury for jurisdictions that have a multi-unit smoking ordinance in place. The recommendations were to have the ordinance in place, that medical cannabis should not be exempt from the ordinance, and that there should be a retaliation component of the ordinance that would prohibit anybody from retaliating against someone who was reporting violations or wanting the ordinance upheld within their complex. Out of the 20 jurisdictions in San Mateo County, 14 now have multi-unit housing smoking ordinances in place. 3 do not. Pacifica is one of the ones that do not. And 3 of those jurisdictions, to round it up to 20, have no multi-unit housing. So in place of there is no data for them at all. So taking a look at the exemption for medical cannabis, 10 of the jurisdictions, 10 of the 14, do not exempt medical cannabis. In other words, medical cannabis is prohibited in their multi-unit housing complexes, and 9 contain the grand jury recommended anti-retaliation component. And of note, although Half Moon Bay is listed as not exempting medicinal cannabis, they do have a portion of their ordinance that says that cannabis products can be smoked through electronic smoking device. That would be the only way for medicinal cannabis. So the proposed ordinance as it stands that you have before you tonight, I'll go over some of the key points of it. Multi-unit residence is defined as 2 or more units. All 14 ordinances currently in San Mateo County have language that equates to 2 or more units as the definition. Smoking, including medical cannabis, is prohibited in enclosed and unenclosed common areas of multi-unit housing dwellings, as well as individual units. However, the landlord may, of a complex, designate a common area for smoking within certain parameters. The proposed ordinance prohibits smoking in new and existing units of multi-unit residences. And by smoking, we're talking again about lighted substances, your cigarettes, your marijuana cigarettes, or vaping devices. For existing multi-unit residents, the prohibition would take effect 12 months after the effective date of the ordinance. And for new units, the prohibition would take effect on the effective date of the ordinance. So under the proposed ordinance, landlords would have to post no smoking signs at multi-unit properties on each building, but would not be required to post that signage within the individual units. Rental lease agreements would also need to include a smoking provision. We again reached out to the larger complexes. We received responses from 11 of them. So 11 of our larger properties in Pacifica currently already contain language in their lease agreements prohibiting smoking. All of them have that non-smoking clause. And when contacted, they said that all of them, if there were a violation, they would warn and or fine for the violation, and they would have to warn and or fine multiple times before they would consider eviction. None could remember evicting for that reason. Staff reached out to the San Mateo County jurisdictions that have multi-unit ordinances in place, and as well as reaching out through an email list to city clerks throughout the state of California to determine if there had been any complaints received regarding evictions for violating multi-use housing bans, and there were none that were reported back to us. So taking a look at how we would intend to enforce the proposed ordinance, Chief, as a reminder, as we discussed. Chief,
sir. Can you go back one, please?
I can.
Anti-retaliation language is included in the ordinance. Yes. What is anti-retaliation? What is retaliation?
So the retaliation would be some sort of act that would try to prevent the person from reporting the violation or taking some type of retaliation against the person, usually another tenant, for reporting a violation against them. It would make it a misdemeanor for them to do so.
Okay, I'm trying to quite understand that. So I'm smoking and Sue gets mad at me, okay? She has to try to prevent me from calling the police or the landlord?
So the way it actually reads is, no person shall intimidate or harass any person who seeks compliance with this chapter. And this next part is what you would commonly see. Moreover, no person shall intentionally or recklessly expose another person to smoke in response to that person's efforts to achieve compliance with this chapter. Meaning,
can you list the section for the council?
Yes, certainly. It's actually on packet page 79, and it's section 4-15.07, subsection D of the proposed ordinance, packet page 79. It's a second letter from the bottom of the page.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I just wanted to get clear on that. So that that chart you had that said retaliation with the list of all the cities, yes, no, yes, no.
Yes.
This is what that's referring to.
Yes.
Okay.
So, can we ask questions about that?
Sure. Well, I just wanted clarification because it was here in front of us.
Because it says any private person who claims violation. Someone else suggested this to me, not me. Any affected private person, because, and that totally makes sense. It should say any affected private person, because if you have a lawyer like Shankman who decides to go around and sue everyone in an apartment and sues the apartment owners, doesn't seem right. So it should be the affected person.
So in the language you would want
add the word any affected private person who claims violation.
You're deliberating.
Yeah,
now.
we're deliberating, and we're not ready.
We
Not a
haven't
question.
had public comment yet.
All right.
We're not there yet. Yeah, there's public comment. And
I'm tired. Always my excuse. Okay.
So moving on to the ordinance enforcement, if adopted, as a reminder, as we discussed back in March, the police department would not be the primary point of contact for enforcement. The way we would move forward with this ordinance would be enforcement through education. And as the good folks from the tobacco prevention program spoke of at that meeting in March, they have a program set up for municipalities that desire to have their ordinance enforced. And again, it's through education. So they would be the primary contact for our community members via an online report or a phone call. And the way they go about doing this is first off, they suggest to the reporting party that they contact the violator, kind of a good neighbor, if they feel comfortable doing so, to ask them to cease the activity. If that doesn't work, or if the reporting party does not feel comfortable with that, they would send a letter of violation to educate the alleged violator about the ordinance. They would also offer smoking cessation service and advise the property management of the complaint. If the violation were to continue, they would send a second notice. If the violation continues, then they would contact the city point of contact, which would be somebody at the police department, and at that point we could take over and we could contact the violator as well as contact the management, the complex, to see if further work would be needed on our part. The tobacco prevention program advised me that their experience is they have a high level of compliance after either the first or the second letter. So I did want to point out one thing. I know it's usually council's privy to make suggested amendments to the ordinance. However, I'm going to make one for us tonight, right now. Staff noticed today a little loop in our issue in our ordinance. When we talk about the definition of existing unit or a new unit, starting with subsection H, new unit means a unit that has been issued a certificate of occupancy more than 180 days after the effective date of this ordinance, and also means a unit that is let for residential use for the first time more than 180 days after the effective date of the ordinance. The definition of existing unit was a unit that was issued a certificate of occupancy or received a final inspection prior to the effective date of the ordinance, codified in this chapter. The way that definition set us up for is there's a period of 180 days where it's a gap. There's no definitions that apply. So what we're suggesting amending that to, and have it read into the record, is that we change existing unit to means any unit that is not a new unit, which is what numerous jurisdictions that we found use, just to close that up. And with that, I will be prepared to answer your questions.
We do have, are there any questions first? Not deliberating, sorry.
You can do it either way.
Either. Okay, no questions. So we'll go to the public comment. We have 4 cards.
I have questions.
Okay.
Yeah, so I just didn't know if you're going to do public comment first, or?
Go ahead, do
Okay.
questions.
Well, actually, could we hear them first? Because I'm going to have questions directly for
You can ask
the folks
questions
that are in
after,
the
too.
office. I mean, that are here.
Okay, Lisa Suranani, followed by Brianna Ramirez, Smitha Gundavala, sorry, and then I'll call the other ones. So Lisa.
Good evening, honorable city council members and the community. I am a resident of Colma and have worked in Pacifica and have had many friends here. I think Pacifica would benefit from this ordinance. The town of Colma decided not to adopt this ordinance. I live in a triplex with only one way in and one way out. I am forced on a daily basis to walk by dozens of neighbors and individuals who are smoking tobacco, cannabis, and are vaping. I have asthma, which makes it hard to breathe, not to mention the stench that clings to my clothes and in my hair. We have to keep all our windows closed. When it's hot outside, it makes it almost unbearable. Cannabis is a medicine for some, but harmful to others. Cannabis can be used in other forms such as pills, edibles, and tincture. Pacifica has an opportunity to prevent this from happening with a smoke-free multi-unit housing ordinance. Thank you for considering this ordinance, and have a great night. Thank you.
Thank you. Brianna, and then Smitha, and then Wayne Basker.
Good evening, Honorable Pacifica City Council and community. My name is Brianna, and I'm a student at South City. I grew up in South City with a dad who is a very heavy smoker, as well as many other tenants who smoked. While much of the conversation around smoke-free multi-unit housing often centers around the impacts of neighbors smoking, people rarely consider the effects cigarette smoke has on those actually living in the same unit as a smoker. As a child, having a break from the suffocating smell of cigarettes was not really easy or even an option. I vividly remember taking out the trash every other day in hopes of catching some fresh air, but instead I had to hold my breath going down the stairs due to the hallway, stairway, and balcony reeking of cigarette smoke. There are almost 4,000 residents who would benefit from being able to breathe clean air, almost 4,000 residents who might have children like me who are exposed to smoke. Children should not have to seek for fresh air. This should not be an issue, and definitely not in the comfort of their own home. Although a smoke-free multi-unit housing ordinance cannot make a smoker quit, it can support a healthy environment for their neighbors, their children, and even them. And tonight, I'd like to urge the Pacifica City Council to pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Smitha, followed by Wayne, and then Cynthia Knowles.
Good evening, Honorable Pacifica City Council and community members. My name is Smitha Gundavijala, and I'm a program coordinator with the Youth Leadership Institute. I'm also a co-chair of the San Mateo County Tobacco Education Coalition. So the last time we were here, the Pacifica City Council was holding a public hearing on the San Mateo County Civil Grand Jury report regarding smoke-free multi-unit housing. The report called on communities without those policies to hear from residents about whether there was a need for such a policy. You heard from residents earlier tonight about cigarette butts and the impact that they've had, and where there are cigarette butts, there is smoke. Tonight, I hope you hear from residents and community members both the need for and the benefit from such an ordinance. Pacifica is a really unique community, and we want to offer the support of the Tobacco Prevention Program and the Tobacco Education Coalition in navigating what makes sense for Pacifica. We had the opportunity to meet with Councilmember Beer, and we hope other council members will feel comfortable asking us questions and leaning on the Tobacco Education Coalition's institutional knowledge and memory, working with other cities to pass policies. For instance, Councilmember Beer shared concerns around the enforcement process, specifically whether residents cited with smoking under the ordinance could face eviction. Craig Wingate from the Tobacco Prevention Program is here tonight and has copies of the Berkeley Smoke-Free Multi-Unit Housing Ordinance, which contains anti-eviction language and which Pacifica can borrow from. I want to also add that your questions help us better support you in the implementation and strengthen our approach for the future. We've received really helpful leads on community stakeholders to connect with and hope to reflect and bring even more community voices to a second hearing. Belmont passed the first policy over 10 years ago in 2006. While the other cities, while Belmont and other cities are different from Pacifica, Pacifica benefits from these cities' experiences post-ordinance rollout. The question and questions that Councilmember Beer raised posed a good reminder that even with this experience, there's always more for us to learn. And we're really excited to learn from and with the council so that we can become stronger as community allies. Last but not least, I'd like to thank the council for your consideration of a smoke-free multi-unit housing ordinance, moving the needle on community health in Pacifica. And if the council has any additional questions about how the Tobacco Education Coalition can help, please to reach out to me. And if they have any questions on the Tobacco Prevention Program and how they can help, to reach out to Craig Wingate or Francesca Lomaton. The last thing that I will say is most of the Tobacco Education Coalition's support is after the rollout of the ordinance. We offer multi-unit housing resident presentations so that residents can be updated on how the changes will affect them. And we also can work with the city to develop handouts and other informational materials to get people up to speed and to ease with the transition. Thank you.
Thank you. Wayne, then Cynthia, and Rovi Lynn Antonio. Thank you. Thank you.
I don't know if this is really appropriate to hand to the city attorney for having us to adopt this in 10 minutes. I don't know if that's really appropriate.
Well, what? Is he speaking to this item?
He's speaking to this item, but do you want us to adopt this as part of the ordinance tonight?
No, this is a letter.
No.
Okay, but here's language.
That's a different one. That was from someone different.
But are we supposed to adopt this tonight?
No.
This language? Okay.
Okay.
So this is just
This
information.
language is not from him. That is from someone else.
Someone else. Okay. Mr. Basker.
Good evening, honorable city council members, chief. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my views with you regarding the issue of secondhand smoke and multi-unit housing in Pacifica. My name is Wayne Basker, and I am a Pacifica resident. I have lived in a 10-unit apartment building in this wonderful city for almost 10 years. Most secondhand smoke ordinances do not require the smoker to be more than 20 to 30 feet from a multi-unit housing complex. With this ordinance, you have the opportunity to make the buffer zone stronger. I respectfully propose that the ordinance that is before you, I respectfully propose that the ordinance, the final version of the ordinance, state that when smoking occurs near a multi-unit residence, the smoker must be at least 100 feet from the window, door, or hallway of such a residence. My own physician wrote a letter to my landlady in which he recommended the distance of 100 feet as well. That's a letter that I just submitted to you. It's found in the last couple of lines of his letter. After 7 long years of failed attempts to reason with my neighbors and multiple verbal requests to my property owner, I wrote a letter to my landlady explaining the severity of the problem. Although she went ahead and prohibited smoking in individual apartments and in common hallway, it still did not alleviate the situation. Since then, the smoking tenants congregate near the entrance to the building and smoke all day and night. There are small children living in my building who are exposed also. Due to the location of our building, there is very little wind or breeze, so the tobacco and marijuana smoke generated by the smoking tenants accumulates in the same common hallway and makes its way into my apartment. Even though the landlady is aware of the present situation, she has stated that requiring tenants to smoke at a particular distance from the building is outside of her authority, and that until there is a City of Pacifica smoking ordinance in effect, which explicitly specifies the minimum distance required from smokers to residences, she would not be enforcing it. I believe my proposed solution of smoking 100 feet from the nearest apartment is reasonable. Please include the provision in any multi-unit housing smoke-free ordinance that you enact. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me and for earnestly considering enacting my proposal. So many people will benefit from it and be grateful for your actions. I look forward to enjoying living in a smoke-free building in Pacifica for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Cynthia Knowles, followed by Rovi.
Good evening, Honorable City Council members. It's an honor to comment on this ordinance. I'm deeply grateful for this proposal. I would like to show support for this ordinance. When I moved to Pacifica, I moved next to a lovely family, a woman who smoked with the window open, blowing smoke out the window every time she smoked, and it wafted into my bedroom. And I understand that smoking is an addictive substance, but I didn't see the justification of if she was going to blow smoke out her window, if it wasn't healthy for her, I couldn't see that it was healthy for me. So when I was 6 years old, my father finally quit smoking, but it finally took his life 20 years later. Secondhand smoke is a real thing, and I don't want to be exposed anymore to secondhand smoke. And I also would like to show support for the increased boundary that the previous commenter just made. I think 20 to 30 feet, depending on the building, is not enough distance. So I would like to show support for, I'm not sure what the distance would be. I think it depends on the building, but over 30 feet is reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you. Rovi.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council, City staff. My name is Rovi Lynn Antonio with the California Apartment Association. We are a trade organization that represents rental property owners and operators, also here in Pacifica. We're here to make it clear and to let the council know that we do not oppose the city's goal to protect renters and residents from secondhand smoke. In fact, the California Apartment Association has been proudly working with many jurisdictions in San Mateo County to pass an anti-smoking in multi-unit developments. We felt that this ordinance was actually a well-written ordinance, provided clarity and also some consistency with other neighboring cities in San Mateo County. What we liked about this is that, again, the consistency, especially when it comes to the buffer zones, that is what you guys have outlined in the ordinance is consistent with the other cities in San Mateo County. But it also allows for property owners to continue practicing, a standard feature these days to just provide smoke-free housing. Over 80% of renters prefer smoke-free housing, and so the market's listening, property owners are listening, and most of them, if not all, have already converted to smoke-free housing. And for those who haven't, they're increasingly calling our office asking for help on how to become a smoke-free property. The main issue, I would say, in the current ordinance right now as written is the inclusion of the private right of action. The way that it's currently written, it invites lawsuits against neighbors. And the way that it's phrased, it actually invites third-party lawsuits. So that's something that we would like the city to consider changing. It could be as simple as adding a certain word in the paragraph, just to make sure that if there is a private right of action that takes place, that it comes from the violator and the person who is seeking to comply with, seeking compliance of the ordinance. Main thing also is the phase-in period. I would like to thank the city for doing that. It's good to have that 12-month phase-in period because when you're adding and making changes to lease agreements, it's important to know that once somebody's on the lease, you cannot change the terms until the lease expires. So that's why we need that 12-month phase-in period, and also to allow for the signs to be placed in the property and to change current lease agreements that do not have that anti-smoking provision. CA is more than happy to help property owners to also see what that language looks like, because our standards lease agreements actually already do not allow smoking in properties. So we already have that language embedded in all of our lease agreements as well as our applications. We are here as a resource and would love to also partner with the city on outreach. We've done FAQs and brochures in other jurisdictions before, and we'd be more than happy to also offer our helpline to help assistance for landlords. Thank you.
And that's the last card. Would anyone else like to speak on this topic? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council for deliberation and questions.
Mary wanted to go first.
Mary
goes
Chomping
first.
at the bit.
Go, Mary, go.
Would you like to go first? Okay, so I want to thank everyone for being here tonight. Youth Leadership Institute and our partners at the county, I really appreciate you being here. I do have some questions for you. I'm very concerned about people's housing and folks being evicted for violations. And I understand that there can be language added that would stop that from happening. But then, Chief was talking about that the enforcement actually comes through the county. Is that right? So the calls go to the county. Craig, you want to come up? And so I'm really curious about this part of it. It says, so people can actually call you and say, like, my neighbor's smoking, and then what happens?
Yes, and good evening. My name is Craig Wingate. I work with the San Mateo County Tobacco Prevention Program. And yes, individuals living in San Mateo County can call us and share their experience about living in a multi-unit housing complex, and one of their neighbors may be smoking and the smoke is drifting into their complex. From there, we will provide information and education to them as well as the person who is smoking, or they say that smoking, and they are given a letter explaining what's happening, and that's the first sort of communication that's made. And then there's a second piece of communication in terms of if they violate smoking ordinance again, or tenant calls back and complains again that the same resident is smoking and the smoking is drifting into their unit. And then from there, based on the ordinance, we would then contact the police chief and inform them of the situation, and they would look into the matter. So that's how typically things are run at the county.
And so you wouldn't directly call the property manager?
We would contact the property manager just to keep them informed of what's going on. Okay. But most of our education and intervention efforts would be between the smoker and the person who called to complain.
I think I'm just so concerned about it, like just being like hearsay, like, hey, this guy downstairs, you know, he and I had like an argument in the parking lot, and now I'm going to call, you know what I mean? Like, it used as a tool against people when it's just, you can't really prove it. And that's where enforcement's so hard, like with everything, right, Chief?
Right.
Yeah.
In terms of our experience in our tobacco prevention program, we haven't had that. Typically, people's residents' complaints are accurate, and in terms of dealing with the situation, our interventions tend to help, so that they don't escalate. So, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And can I also ask the woman from the California Apartment Association, is that okay, to ask her a question too? Do you mind?
Sure.
Thanks.
She comes. No, you can't ask.
You guys got me going now.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for coming up. I really appreciate it. I'm just curious if you know of any of these violations that lead to eviction.
I don't have any data for that.
You don't have any data for that? I wonder if you can find out. I'm so afraid of people losing housing because we're in such a housing crisis, and so that's where my concerns come in for this. And so any kind of help I can get understanding that would be great.
I guess to clarify things, so there is a provision in the ordinance that requires lease agreements to include an anti-smoking provision. So if there is a tenant who smokes, it is considered a breach, you know, it can be considered a breach of a lease agreement. And so a property owner can take steps as necessary to rectify that situation.
Okay, thank you so much. I think that's all the questions I have.
Oh, did you want to go?
No, go ahead. Actually, Sue is next.
It's okay, go, Michael, I'll go after you.
Well, I'm chomping now.
Oh, you're chomping, go.
I actually am concerned, similar to what Mary said, about the provision 4-15-10, and it says any private person who claims violation of this chapter may bring a civil action for damages or for injunctive relief in accordance with applicable laws governing such civil actions. So that means the person, I'm smoking, Sue Beckmeyer can do a lawsuit against me and force me out of the house, or do a lawsuit. And then if the landlord cannot evict the person, it's kind of Groundhog Day. How many lawsuits can this guy get or file against somebody because of this? So I would like to see that section deleted.
Is that the private right of action? Is that what you're talking
Yeah,
about?
private right of any private person who claims violations, chapter, it's section 4-15-10.
It's on page 81 of the packet.
For some, my doesn't
I know
let me
the
read
page
those.
numbers.
That's exactly.
4.15,
Yeah, that, this,
section G.
Any affected
Yeah.
person.
so any person who claims a violation of this chapter can sue with no dollar limit. Or if there's an attorney knocking on the door saying, hey, does your next door neighbor smoke? Can I file a lawsuit? Damages are for injunctive relief in accordance with applicable laws governing such civil actions, and there's no limit. I mean, the guy can sue for $10, $15, $20, $25,000 multiple times. So I just don't think that's a good provision in there.
So explain that again to me. So they can sue who?
I smoke.
Uh-huh.
Sue gets mad at me for whatever reason because I smoke. She can do a lawsuit against me for smoking and sue me for $10,000.
Anyone.
Or, yeah.
A civil action for damages,
They
which
could do that anyway.
could be
But
any amount that I want to sue him for, or if it's in small claims, it's a limit, I don't know.
So what this provision is actually saying is that any person who is harmed by smoking or the action. So in order to bring a civil action for damages or for injunctive relief, that person would have to show, the legal term is standing, meaning that they would have to have actually been injured by the action that they're suing for. So if they could bring a lawsuit, anybody can bring a lawsuit for any reason, but in order for them to be successful, they would have to show that they have actually been harmed by the smoking that occurred in their apartment complex.
So then it should say any affected private person, because any private person who claims a violation isn't necessarily affected.
Well, but technically, they would have no standing to bring it if they weren't affected.
Okay.
So,
But it seems a low, okay, but even if you get a lawyer that takes a case on a, what's that called, contingency, it costs me suing Sue Beckmeyer nothing.
Wait, I thought it
But
was
meanwhile, Sue Beckmeyer would be racking up attorney's fees defending themselves. It's like that, there was a guy that actually saved someone's life, and the woman sued him for doing that. And so he saved her life, and he's got all kinds of attorney fees for it. It just, to me, is something that can be abused.
yes, yes, a person could bring an action, cite this code section, and they would and if they were, reasonably living within distance of where the smoking occurred, they would probably be able to get through with the lawsuit. What they wouldn't be able to do, unless they had actual proof, is get damages if they were not able to prove that they were actually harmed. So can they file a suit? Can they litigate it? Yes, they can. Will they actually be successful? That is going to require them to prove that they've actually been harmed. But to your point, can they bring a lawsuit? Yes, they can.
And will they be paying attorney fees to defend it?
Well, unless they're a lawyer themselves.
Right.
They'd have to.
So they can be sued for having an addiction, right? If you're addicted to nicotine.
If they smoke and they live in a multi-unit housing complex and they ostensibly have neighbors who have seen them smoke in the complex, yes, they would most likely be subject to potential litigation.
So you're suggesting what?
Yeah.
That we just drop that provision.
Well, so you can drop the provision all you want, but somebody could still sue somebody else regardless of this
Yeah,
provision.
but we're
Isn't
not
that correct?
condoning it.
But it wouldn't be based, what this draft of the ordinance is allowing is it's actually giving a person a right to sue based on a violation of this ordinance.
Okay, is that typical?
I have seen those in a number of multi-unit ordinances that my office has been involved in drafting. And the reason is because most jurisdictions, as you heard the chief say, it is very difficult for a municipality to enforce these ordinances. And so there is likely no municipal enforcement mechanism that is going to occur. And so the reason jurisdictions put that language in there is to say you will have a third-party right to enforce this ordinance. It doesn't have to be the city who enforces it. That's the purpose.
Oh, I agree with that.
My question had to do with the distances from open doors, windows, et cetera, hallways. I think the ordinance specifically states 30 feet. And so we've heard from a speaker and I've heard from others about the possibility of increasing that. And I wanted to know what is the limitation on that, or how, as a practical matter, what our options might be in that regard.
So if I could speak to that a little bit, please. I want to make sure that the council understands what ordinance says in this matter. If you look at packet page 79, and this is, and I think this may perhaps be misinterpreted. It's section 4-15.05, subsection B. What this is referring to is the fact that under this ordinance that a landlord can designate a common area for tenants that smoke to smoke. And one of the things, one of the parameters of that is it has to be that common area smoking has to be at least 30 feet in any direction from any operable doorway, window, opening, or other vent into an enclosed area, et cetera. It doesn't speak to, for example, I believe there was a community member in the March meeting that lives on Esplanade, in the 100 block of Esplanade Apartments, and she said, my building is right near the sidewalk, people can't smoke in my apartment or in the complex, so they go out to the sidewalk. This wouldn't pertain to that unless that common designated smoking area on the property was within 30 feet. If the council wishes to entertain the idea of a buffer around each building that's separate from that common area where smoking is allowed, we do have some language prepared for that you could consider adding to this ordinance. In terms of what other jurisdictions are doing in the county, I've seen as low as 20 feet. The lowest and the highest I've seen is 40 feet. We did hear a community member tonight speak to 100 feet. I understand the reasoning behind that, but I think that's completely unenforceable. If, for example, if we think about many of our, just in this Sharp Park area alone, some of your duplexes, and I think there's a few fourplexes that would be part of this ordinance, 100 feet will bring you into the next street. You may not even know that there's a multi-unit dwelling on the other side. You could be in the middle of the next street over and be in violation of that, of a buffer that would be as high as 100 feet.
I have additional questions too.
Go.
Oh, okay.
About something different. You want to continue on that same subject
Well,
first?
no, I was just thinking we have two different things on the floor that are amendments or possible amendments to the ordinance. Maybe we should settle these two pieces of the ordinance, and then go to the questions.
Okay.
Okay, so I make a motion that we delete section 4.15.10 from the ordinance. This is not approving or saying no to the ordinance, this is just the specific section.
Subsection G.
Subsection G, yes, sorry. Thank you.
Is there a second?
Oh, yeah, I'll second.
Okay. Then please vote on that one subsection. Or can we just do this by consensus?
Yeah, I would just do it by consensus. Just sort of take a straw poll now to sort of direct the conversation. You can get that topic off the table, and then you can go back to deliberating on other issues. But we don't need a formal motion.
Everybody understands what they're saying, right? Everybody understands what the implication is, right?
Yeah.
You want to explain?
Would you like me to clarify it?
Sure, go ahead.
So what Councilmember O'Neill is suggesting, and what he's hoping to get a consensus from the council, is section 4.15.10 subsection G, which provides a third-party right of action to enforce this ordinance, that be deleted, just removed from the ordinance, so that there would no longer be any enforcement ability by third parties, namely tenants, in the multi-unit facilities.
So from my perspective, the only recourse this person has is the county. That's it. And they're good standing with their neighbors. So that's what everybody's agreeing to.
Well, and like you said, anyone can sue anyone. It just doesn't put it in the ordinance.
Right. But as we heard, it's typical to be in these ordinances because
No, she said some have it in the ordinance.
Local enforcement is going to be next to nothing.
So.
Millbrae
But
took it
it's
out.
not just the county, because they can also go to our local law enforcement. It's not just the county, and the county
can, but it's not going to be very proactive. It's like we have the same issue with fireworks.
So I say.
So I'm opposed to that.
The other, Sue?
I'm okay with it.
So does that, and then Sue?
I would remove it. I mean, I could see the problems associated, which is what I was trying to say earlier, with some random attorney who decides to go to an apartment building and ask everyone if someone's smoking.
Right.
And then sues everybody.
Yeah.
So that's, I think, a consensus 4-1.
Okay. Well, we'll just put that on hold for now, so the council can talk about other issues.
Now, do you want to get a consensus on 30 feet, 100 feet, or is you just?
I just wanted to raise the concern because it had been brought up to me by a couple of residents, and I heard the woman speaking, as you pointed out from the previous, but I recognize when the smoking is occurring on a public sidewalk that the apartment condo can't make regulations about the sidewalk. So were you saying that the buffer language possibly could address that?
Yeah, so when we were speaking to the city attorney about this, now, if you put the buffer, for example, as with this young lady's complaint at the last meeting, and let's say 30-foot brings you to the end of the sidewalk. No, I don't believe that the landlord would be enforcing that part of it. It would be us. But what I think that does is we're not necessarily targeting the people that are walking by and smoking. What it's designed, the intent of that section would be to prevent the people who live in the complex from just standing outside of the complex or within 30 feet of any of the buildings, if that happened to be wherever they tend to congregate, to avoid their complex rules and affecting the people that were close.
Right.
That would be the intent of it.
But I also think, I'm sorry if I could just add, it's important to remember that because enforcement of that buffer zone would be placed not on the apartment owner, it would be placed on the city to enforce that buffer zone in the same manner that it's incumbent upon the city to enforce buffer zones around its own buildings. We have their state law requires that there be a 20-foot buffer around government buildings. So that the council, if it wanted to add that buffer into this ordinance, would be creating another buffer zone that the city of Pacifica would be forced to enforce.
Right.
Would that enforcement be any different, though, from the enforcement that would be required under the suggested ordinance? Is there a different level of enforcement?
The language,
It would be the same enforcement that we would do, that we currently do around our own buildings.
Right. Okay.
I certainly understand the gentleman that says the 100-foot thing, but I mean, in most lots in Pacifica are 50 by 100, so that means you could conceivably have, you know, 2 houses down, 2 lots down to smoke, or on Adobe where there's apartment house, they go 50 feet down, then they're in the buffer zone for another apartment and could be a violation there with 100 feet I'm talking about. So, I mean, I think kind of stand at the 30 feet.
okay. So you feel 30 feet is sufficient for this issue?
That's what's in the ordinance right now, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I can live with 30 feet.
Sue Bartolotti, did you have questions?
No, I agree with the 30 feet. My questions.
I'm sorry, so are you saying the 30 feet that is currently in the ordinance? You're not saying that you want to create a buffer?
Thank you for asking. No, actually, I think I am, because I think what the chief was trying to clarify when I first asked this question is that 14-1505 subsection 2, no,
B2.
B2 is only pertinent if there is a designated smoking area that the owner has delineated.
Correct.
If not, there isn't anything in here that speaks to the proximity or the buffer zone. So the language that's on our screen right now is possibly additional language to add to the ordinance, if I understand it.
That is what I'm saying, yes.
And the reason I bring this up is the whole purpose of this is, you know, to reduce people's infringement on each other of their habits. We're talking about higher density housing all the time. So I just look at, you know, the likelihood of this coming up as an issue, more higher density housing, more likelihood this is going to come up. So if we can get this ordinance, you know, in place so that our landlords, our lease agreements, et cetera, can begin implementing it, that's why I'm asking.
If I may, I just wanted to add, in thinking about the buffer concept, because I know it was mentioned, you know, folks that from the multi-unit dwelling that go out and smoke on the sidewalk, but this would also then apply to when you have a multi-unit dwelling, a duplex or a fourplex or et cetera, and you have homes that are next to those, would prevent those if they were smoking in their backyard, let's say, for example, because they would be within 30 feet most likely from a window or an exit or an opening in that multi-unit dwelling.
And so you mentioned before the city's ordinance about the city's buildings is 20 feet, right? So this would be greater, obviously, than that. And we need to decide, A, if we want to have it at all, and if, B, if 30 feet is appropriate or it's too big or whatever. I think it's important to put it in. I think we need some kind of buffer.
I agree. I think we need to, I mean, my mom has asthma. She grew up with a smoker in the house, so I sympathize with you, and I'm glad you're getting some relief. I also lived in an apartment most of my adult life, and I now live in a single-family home where I have no control over the 5 guys that smoke next door. And my daughter that says every day, Mom, I smell the smoke, as she's staring at the guy smoking in her face. So I think I support very strict regulations around this, and I appreciate everybody that's here tonight, so I say.
The okay, I don't disagree with this concept. The question I have is, there almost needs to be a companion piece of put on the corner of buildings, or how do you notify somebody, the next door neighbor in a house, that they can't smoke because they're within 30 feet of a window in the apartment building next door? How do you notify that person? What's the notice?
Well, I can tell you that the public has constructive notice. That's what the law says about every ordinance that is on the city books. But what usually happens, if the city does get involved in enforcing ordinances such as these, they generally send warnings, so that there usually is not, and maybe the chief can talk to this, there usually isn't a citation that I'm aware of in the first instance. The violator usually gets at least one warning, perhaps two, but
Certainly, the city attorney is absolutely correct. And when I opened the presentation, I talked about enforcement through education. And there are many laws and ordinances that the police department enforces. The things that are readily known to everybody, like you can't run a stop sign, you're probably not going to get a warning. You're probably going to get a ticket for that. However, many of the things we contact people over, in a case like something like this ordinance, we wouldn't be seeking immediately to take enforcement action, to issue citations. We find that we can mitigate a lot of issues by just simply educating people, and most of the time they may not even know that it's a law. That would definitely be our first step. The way we document our contact with people on calls for service, even in a non-criminal manner, allows us to go back and retrieve that information. For example, if we've been after that resident 7 or 8 times for the same violation, that person's more than likely to get a citation rather than somebody that's a first offender.
But let's say you're at Winters and they're out there, you know, the band is taking a break and they're in the parking lot smoking, and you might go to Winters 6, 7, 8 times, but it's different people.
Yes.
Every time.
Yes. Well, in that case, somebody with an alcohol license is a completely different subject. We would go after the license holder through ABC if there was a problem.
I also think that we have an opportunity to do some pretty intense community outreach. So we have our folks from the Tobacco Education Coalition. We also have the Pacifica Prevention Partnership that can help with the community education. And there's someone from Pacifica that sits on the Tobacco Education Coalition. So please make sure to engage them in the community outreach. And I am assuming that also the educational literature contains information on cessation, right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So can we make a motion? Can I make a motion?
It's a consensus.
Oh, consensus.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, I think I'm okay with it, but I'd like to see if it becomes a problem. You know, like, we don't need a formal report or anything like that, but, you know, if all of a sudden you're spending a lot of time on this, then maybe we need to look at it or something down the road.
We have a sign in the window where I work, because there's a coffee shop. People tend to want to smoke a cigarette outside. There's a sign that says no smoking within 20 feet of the door. People sit down and smoke. We just go out and say, please, go across the street. And they almost always do.
And you pick up the butt.
Yes, and there's a butt container across the street for them to put in. So
I'm okay with it.
They do. Okay.
With adding the buffer language?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
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 Okay.
That's 5. Okay, my concerns, I'm going to ask my question.
Okay, now you may ask
Thank
your
you.
question.
I have a couple.
Okay.
Medical marijuana.
Yes.
Medical marijuana is medical. It's a medical substance. I understand it's still not healthy. So that's an issue. I do leases myself. Every one of my leases say no smoking of any substance. And I clearly write that in the lease. They all say that. Mostly I do single families. but every one of them says no smoking of anything. But I still worry, the people who smoke medical marijuana, now if you live in an apartment, you can't smoke it outside, can't smoke it in your apartment, and where do you go? So that's just a question. The other one is the ownership. If I live in a condo complex and I've saved and saved and saved and I bought a condo, and personally I've never smoked a cigarette in my life, but I smoke and I own this condo, I do understand that the secondhand smoke can go into other units. It's just a concern that I have, that when you own your property and you can't smoke in your own property. I still think they should go outside, but, you know, I have to think about that side of it too.
Most condo associations have already banned it anyway. Our condo up in San Rafael banned it a while ago. It was just, the association did it. We didn't really have any say in it unless we were active in the association. The medical marijuana, I sympathize. However, there's so many other ways that you can medicate yourself with marijuana. And, you know, somebody who's not likely to go outside because maybe they're elderly is probably more apt to have an edible or, you know, salve or something anyway, So I sort of feel like that could remedy itself in time, just given the amount of productivity that we will have and availability we will have moving forward. And then the third thing, what was the other one you said? You had 3 points.
Inside your own house.
Oh, and then the medical marijuana, maybe it was just 2.
That was just 2.
So that's sort of, I've thought about that too, and those were just kind of my thoughts also.
And you included vaping, which I guess that vaping is also equally as bad as smoking.
So the studies that we looked at and the information from the American Lung Association, as well as the information from the Civil Grand Jury report, speak to the chemicals and the carcinogens that are still produced with the vaping. You're definitely not going to find nearly the data out there that there is with, for example, smoking cigarettes. That extensive data is just not out there, but what they're telling us is, yes, it can be harmful because these carcinogens are still being produced, whether it be in some smoke or aerosol, it's still coming out.
Okay, thank you.
So can I make a motion? Because it seems like we're...
Yeah. So would you like help in making the motion, unless there's more things to discuss?
Yes. Yeah, if you want to do it, that's fine.
Well, because we need to include all of those.
Mary wants to do it.
Well, anybody can do the motion, but I just want to make sure that all of the amendments to the ordinance are included in the motion, so.
So you're going to say it?
If I could just help you make the motion.
Please.
Okay.
Coach.
So, I believe council would like to introduce ordinance next in order with the following amendments. To section 4-15.02 subsection E, existing unit definition will now read, existing unit means any unit that is not a new unit. Second amendment will be to section 4-15.07 subsection F, to add the buffer language that is visible on the screen and that staff has and that we will include, which will provide for a minimum distance of 30 feet from any operable building, entrance, exit, or window or opening of a multi-unit housing. And then finally, amendment number 3 will be to delete subsection G of section 4.15.10 relating to any private cause of action.
Okay, then what?
Would you like to so move that?
Yes, I would. I would like that.
Then we need a second.
And please vote. That passes 5-0. Thank you. Next.
This man's papers.
The next item we have is confirmation of work tasks for City Manager's Office Management Analyst, limited term position.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. I have a brief verbal presentation about this item. The item before you is to review the work tasks that have been assembled related to the limited term management analyst position in the City Manager's Office. As you recall, during the budget development process, one of the budget strategies that I recommended in order to free up staff time in primarily the planning department and in our administrative services function related to a limited term staff person to focus on environmental sustainability tasks. And the limited term type of position strategy has been utilized previously in the planning department. There's currently a limited term management analyst that is really assisting with the Plan Pacifica efforts. The discussion during budget deliberations between the council was a majority of the council supported the strategy, but wanted me to develop more thoroughly and bring back to the council how the scope of work for this position would be more balanced between environmental sustainability efforts as well as economic sustainability efforts. So I've worked with the planning director, the public works director, and the assistant city manager over finance and administrative services, and developed a list of work tasks here that I think balance those two functions or outcomes well, and also create a realistic portfolio of tasks that I think we could successfully recruit for a talented management analyst. So I will briefly run through these. The first is that, as you're aware, through the discussion about the economic development plan and other discussions we've had, we're going to be generating new, monthly updates related to economic development strategies, and this position can help the economic development manager with research related to those updates. Secondly, regarding climate action plan coordination, working closely with the planning department, the analyst will be able to work on climate action plan update, as well as be the consultant's point of contact and prepare the climate action plan annual report, and begin researching and implementing climate action plan implementation measures. On that front, and related to the next task, which is grant application preparation, the council actually just talked about some potential financial resources through the county that would be available for electric vehicle charging stations, and that's a pretty good example of bringing some staff expertise in grant applications that also overlaps with climate action plan implementation tasks. So the management analyst would be able to assist with grant applications, whether they're related to environmental or other transit or economic efforts. Also in here, later this fiscal year, we're going to be undertaking the Vision 2025 financial sustainability study, and I could see this analyst really assisting with the preparation of the RFP for the consultant selection, as well as the implementation of that study. The other item that has been discussed, the council has previously directed last year implementation of several litter and waste reduction strategies, and that's a function that the current assistant city manager, who also serves as the finance and administrative service director, falls on his desk, and there's numerous other financial related tasks, refinancing of bonds and other finance related efforts that I'd rather him be focused on, so this analyst will help with the design and implementation of those litter strategy programs. And then the final category here is really the catch-all of other tasks as assigned, and I can envision a number of efforts relating. One of the economic development plan strategies is a Shop Pacifica campaign. The economic development manager could certainly use assistance with that, as well as other various general kind of city manager office policies relating to purchasing, vehicle fleet, energy efficiency, waste handling, reduction. So that gives a sampling of my recommended sort of balanced list of tasks for the analysts. And as I mentioned, the council approved the funding for this position in adoption of this fiscal year's budget, but the confirmation of that position is needed tonight from the council before we can begin the recruitment of that position. The alternatives that exist to the council are to make revisions to that task list, or to choose to not fulfill this position at this time. And if the position is not filled at this time, we'll still make progress in all of the council's goals. We just won't have that additional limited term staff capacity to help free up time in the various departments in doing that, so progress would be slower. I'll stop there and answer any questions about it.
What items in here changed from the previous?
The previous scope was only focused on some of the environmental sustainability related tasks. So that included the litter program, that included climate action plan, and that included assistance with some transit items. That was what was previously discussed at the last time the council discussed it during budget development. So what changed was the assistance that this position would bring to the economic development program, that would bring specifically to grant application work, that this position would bring to the Vision 2025 process, as well as the more catch-all of other tasks.
Any other questions, or should I go to the public?
I did have a question. I understand that this is proposed as a short-term position, and therefore it's not ongoing dollars that we would be using. It's one-time funds?
Correct.
Is the source ERAF? I mean, effectively, is that where it comes from?
I'd have to check back in the budget. That's specified in the budget approval.
I was trying to find it.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's not ERAF money, but it was general fund unallocated balance. But I would have to confirm that.
Okay, and then looking ahead, and I realize this is next year or late down the road, but the concept of Vision 2025, I know this year's planning activities were funded out of building fees, funds?
Yeah, the Plan Pacifica activities are funded out of the general plan fee, correct.
So what do you anticipate would be the funding source for Plan 2025?
Vision 2025 is, the council approved $100,000 for that planning process. And again, it's out of the general fund unallocated balance.
Okay.
and/or a balance of ERAF. Again, I'd have to go back and look specifically.
Okay, thank you for that. Well, that was my only question. We'll see if there's public comment or anything.
Okay, I have two cards for public comment. I have Tiger, Jazz Big Stick.
A stitch in time saves the nine, or so I've heard it said. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. I'm Tiger Jazz, Twirls Big Stick of Pacifica. Tonight I come with two grocery store metaphors for you. So oftentimes you run across a customer who tells you, yeah, I came in for this bag of chips and now I'm leaving with $200 worth of groceries, an entire 2 carts full. And they say, isn't that always the way? To which my response in my head, because I don't like contradicting my customers unless there's value to it, is always, well, no, when I go in for a bag of potato chips, I leave with a bag of potato chips, because that's the kind of shopper I am. So I'll come back to that metaphor. But first, the metaphor I was running with the first time, which is the idea that You know, I'm the front-end manager, but if I need to go and take care of a lotto issue or a Western Union issue or get a bottle out of the liquor cabinet, you know, if my line is 5 deep, I can go over there and do one of these things quickly. Well, not Western Union, that takes time. But if I don't have somebody over there doing it and I have other customers who are piling up at the customer service desk, now I have to balance that, because the theme of everything going on here is everything is going to get done. Now, my chief job is to make sure the lines are short. So if I'm over there dealing with somebody's lotto ticket, that's a minute of checking groceries I'm not doing, and since I have a reasonable speed, or even if I didn't have a reasonable speed, since that's my job, I'm keeping the line shorter than if I weren't over there doing a lotto ticket. God forbid it's Western Union. You know, so this is the metaphor. If I'm not over there doing the thing that I'm not really supposed to be doing, because that's not really what they're paying me for, it's taking away from the thing that I'm supposed to be doing, which is trying to keep the lines as short as possible. Hopefully I have enough staff to do that. Often I don't. But one way or the other, everything's got to get done. I guess I have the luxury of customers up and leaving from time to time, or in the case of the city, things just wouldn't get done, but it's going to get done. But depending how many resources you have at your disposal is how painful it is or not. So getting back to this idea that when I go in for a bag of potato chips, I leave with a bag of potato chips, I appreciate the notion that perhaps adding someone onto the team for a year could lead to that person being on the team for longer than a year, but I figure if I have a disciplined council in front of me, they will stick to what they decide. And then after that, if money can be better allocated for something else, because that's the decision, I understand that too, but if the idea is we're not sure whether or not we'll be able to let somebody go after a year, well, either they get their job done or they don't. If they don't, they should be fired anyway. And if you're a disciplined council, I would think that you will make sure that after a year, they're done. Thank you.
And Chris Redfield.
Good evening, staff, council. In regards to that, we've all seen the comparative staffing level studies come out, and to say that staff is underburdened or is overburdened is a gross understatement. The council has created an extensive priority wish list, quite a few items on there. We have a very short time, December, I believe, to finish the LCP, general plan, the Sharp Park plan. In my opinion, it would not be productive to work on hiring and training an analyst before the end of the year. It's almost impossible to do. The $125,000 salary has already been put into the budget. We know that any program will cost more money, any program implemented. You need to weigh if the associated costs will benefit accelerated progress on council goals for this fiscal year. It makes sense that additional personnel should be able to get more done in a shorter time, but can we afford the position and the programs? There are several updates. These, I think, are fantastic to do. We have a lot to do and a short time to do it. I cannot believe, honestly, that the analyst position for a year, which is budgeted, would be practical. I believe that will become a $250,000 obligation right there, along with any programs that are implemented. So a potential $500,000 over a 2-year program is what I kind of project on that. The council, if I may interpret, I asked one little question, is the council may choose to make revisions to the task list. My interpretation of that is the task list is the priority list. I don't believe that is the analyst's task list per se. I do believe it was a good work to push the economic part of it as opposed to the majority of that, a lion's share of that to be the sustainability project. As we all know, that's key. If we have no economy, we have nothing to work for. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And seeing no one else in the audience, we'll bring this back to council.
I have a question about the task list. Kevin, do you have an expectation about how much time the analysts would spend on these tasks individually? Do you see it as being, you know, majority on this, 20% on that, 10% on that? Or have you given that any consideration at this point?
No, I don't have numbers like that. Typically, if all of these projects are rolling at once, they would be working on parts of them all at the same time. There may be weeks where there's intensive focus on one of these, or a month and less focus on others. Some may be finished earlier in the 12 months this person would be working, and some later. But it would be really difficult to analyze, kind of a, resource allocate the specific hours for each of these.
Okay, and another question, maybe this is a can I keep asking questions? Maybe this is a question for Tina, but I'm reading in the Climate Action Plan Coordination, work closely with the Planning Department and take the lead on CAP update project, acting as consultant's point of contact. Do we already have a consultant arrangement set up for this? Is that something that we're going to be putting forward? I'm just not versed.
Hi. Yes, actually, we do through the county RICAPS program. It's actually a consultant who's helping multiple jurisdictions in the county complete CAP updates, and it's funded through a grant from PG&E, so it's at no cost to the city, but we just need the staff capacity to kind of stay on top of that interaction and make sure the ball continues to roll forward on that.
Okay, thanks.
Questions? Questions?
No.
How do we want to proceed?
Do you have any comments?
I think it looks similar to how it was before. I think there's very few added items. It's almost all sustainability, except it's less of just going around to the restaurants and finding out whether or not they're using the proper utensils and the pack it in, pack it out. But I think that most of it is still sustainability related, with the addition of a few economic development tasks.
Which is more than there was before.
So does that mean you don't support it?
I didn't say that yet.
I know, I'm just inquiring.
I support it, just so you know where I stand on this one.
I mean, I have issues again with spending the $125,000, which I don't think is going to stay at $125,000. I think it's going to keep on going. You put the nose of the camel in the tent, and the camel goes all the way in the tent. He opens it up and spends more.
Kevin, is this PERSable? And are we paying benefits? So is this 125 including benefits, or just salary and benefits are additional?
No, this is salary and benefits. That's the fully loaded.
So this is total cost.
That's the fully loaded.
But then it's, but we're paying PERS for a 1-year temporary job?
Yeah, that includes the PERS.
Why are we paying, if it's in essence a contract job, right? Why are we paying PERS? If it's going to be a 1-year job and a contract that says, because I'm assuming he would have, or she would have a contract that says your job ends in 1 year, correct?
Right. It's not a contract. It's a city employee for limited term for a year, and so the benefits include PERS for that year.
Michelle, is that common to have a 1-year employee and you're paying PERS?
Yeah, it would be difficult for us to hire a full-time consultant without paying PERS.
Well, I'm actually talking about the full benefits package, okay? Because it seems to me this is almost a job that's made for an independent contractor type of thing.
Well, given the way, as I understand, the job is designed, which is to be in-house, basically with using city facilities, city tools, daily contact with other city employees. If we were to say that, if we were to make this as a contract and as a consultant, I've seen a lot of cases where, despite what we call it, if the person is functioning as an employee for whatever length of time, they will be deemed to be an employee who has the right to full salary benefits and PERSable salary.
Okay, no, but if you're asking for 3 years experience on there as one of the job requirements, if I remember reading it correctly, right? Similar experience to management analysts?
The general management analyst job spec probably has a reference in there to years of
if I recall it correctly. Now, my understanding with PERS is the last agency they're hired with carries the unfunded liabilities. Am I correct in that?
So again, we'd be paying, this includes the PERS cost, which includes the liability cost for that time.
No, what I'm referring to is if this individual, it does indeed, let's see, okay, management analyst, one management analyst, 3 years of full-time administrative and analytical experience similar to management analyst in the city of Pacifica. Is one, that's for management analyst 2. And you're looking for management analyst 1 or 2?
It could be either, but 1 would be appropriate.
So the only way to get that full-time administrative and analytical experience is probably to work for another city, correct?
I think that's a pretty broad, experience. Prior experience can be pretty broad in evaluated. I mean, it's not you have to have worked for a city for 3 years or what have you.
But one of my the concerns I have read, and to be honest with you, I've read so much about PERS, I don't exactly remember where I read it, was that let's say you work for, San Bruno for 3 years. And then you quit San Bruno and you come over here for a year, and for whatever reason, you got to say it's a woman, you go on maternity leave, and then you decide to go back in the workforce and you come over here for a year. All right? So we are the last hiring agency, so therefore, if there's a shortfall in their funding from San Bruno, the last hiring agency has to assume that liability for the pension costs at PERS, in addition to the regular contribution rates. So this could potentially, if I am correct in what I understand, this could potentially be a bigger liability down the road if the person that was if they were in San Bruno for, let's say, 5, 6, 7, 8 years or whatever. So,
I'm not that familiar with PERS, but my understanding is that this position, if, number one, it doesn't have to have comparable experience of being with a public entity. Number two, if the candidate does have comparable experience with a public entity, given the job qualifications, my guess is they wouldn't have been at that other agency for that many years.
Okay. So this would almost be similar to when we hired the temporary city manager, right? We didn't assume any PERS liability or anything from them, right? They just continued to get their pension from PERS And we paid their benefits, if I remember correctly, with that contract.
Correct, but you will recall that those interim city managers had a limit on
Right.
the number of hours if they were retirees. So that was they were in a different category. I'm not sure that this potential candidate will be a retiree.
See, I mean, my biggest issue is that I do seem to recall that this was coming out of ERAF money, and we do have, and we have had for several years, a policy that we don't want to spend on, ongoing salary costs out of ERAF, and this is kind of like the crack in the dike, and
So
I'm just concerned about
if
that.
if I could speak to that, because it's come up, that this description is very clear that this is from point of hire, a 12-month limited term position. So the only way that this position will continue is if the council approves continuance of it.
So, but
and whether it's let's say you hire a rock star management analyst through the ICMA fellowship program, and they're bringing a huge amount of benefit to the organization. At that point, the council, I could make a recommendation to the council. It would be great to keep this person on working on a whole different set of tasks or a blend of tasks for another year. The council doesn't need to abide by that, or I may not make the recommendation to continue the position anyways, because it ends 12 months. We've made progress on these tasks. It's filled its need. It's freed capacity in the planning department, in the public works department, and in our administrative services that have helped us as a whole make really good progress on the robust list of council goals that we have for this year. And so again, it's the only way this position will continue beyond 12 months is by budget allocation and decision from the council to do that.
And so therefore, also, by all likelihood, you won't be able to hire this person until October 1st, quickly, right? And so the last 3 months would just be a carried over money from this year's budget to next year's budget, right? Kind of like in that.
Yeah, it said 12 months from whenever it is hired. I appreciate the willingness to add other tasks to this in terms of spreading out the support among the different departments. I think that we heard earlier this evening about timelines and deadlines focused around our robust agenda for this year with general plan update, local coastal program, and our local coastal plan and our specific plan, and not to mention the housing that's already been undertaken. We still have a bunch of public meetings to go, a bunch of additional study sessions to go. I think extra capacity is a useful thing at this juncture.
Make a motion.
So I move that we accept this position description and have the position, have the city manager work on posting.
Just read the motion.
Okay, Michael, I'll read the motion. I propose that we confirm the work tasks which are focused on financial and environmental sustainability for the one-year limited term management analyst position in the city manager's office.
I'll second.
Please vote. And that passes 3-2. And moving on.
We approved the budget. We approved the budget.
I don't care. I can make a decision also. Please, this,
Crazy.
now she calls me crazy.
No, I said it's crazy. I didn't call you
Let's move on, please, to number 9.
Item 9 is the designation of a voting delegate for the League of California Cities Annual Conference. Pacifica is a member of the League of California Cities, which is an association based in Sacramento that represents the interests of California cities to the state legislature and provides cities with information on federal and state legislative and administrative affairs. The League's annual conference will be held in Long Beach from October 16th through 18th, 2019. The business meeting will be held at 12:30 on Friday, October 18th. At this meeting, the League membership would consider taking actions on resolutions that establish League policy. To that end, we are requesting a motion for a council member that is attending to be eligible to be designated as the voting delegate, along with an alternate designated. So looking for council's deliberation on selecting a voting delegate amongst those that are attending the annual business meeting of the League of California Cities, and naming both a voting delegate and an alternate.
Were you going to say? No, I know there's 4 of us going, and since the Long Beach Airport only has one flight, the last flight out is 1 p.m., and this meeting starts at 12:30, but I am going to be going to Glendale. I would volunteer unless there's somebody else that wants to do it.
I won't be there.
Yeah. Did you want to do it, Mary?
No, thank you.
You sure?
Yes. I'm observing.
You're going to be on the 1 o'clock flight. Sue Beckmeyer?
I will be there, and I'm staying over for 2 additional nights down there, so I could do either delegate or alternate.
I've done this before, so I'll be happy to let you have the experience.
But my mayor...
I'll go home at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
All right, so how do you
I've
want
done
to-
it before.
So-
How do you
I've
wanna
been the
do it?
delegate before.
I think Sue's primary, I'll be alternate. If
Okay.
that's okay with everybody.
Is that all
I'm
right
not
with
trying to,
everybody?
push anybody out.
Okay, Sue is the delegate, and Mike is the alternate. We need to vote on that. So who made the motion?
Do I vote?
Motion first.
Are you making a motion?
I make a move to have Sue Beckmeyer be primary and Mike O'Neill alternate at the League of Cities.
Second it.
And that passes 5-0.
Going to adjourn to a closed session?
Oh, we have a closed session now?
Yeah.
Yeah, we do.
I forgot that.
Oh, I'm sorry, and can we adjourn this meeting in honor of Gene Day, who just recently passed away. He was the fire inspector with the city of Pacifica for 14 years. He also was a fireman, and then he became a handyman around town, and a lot of people knew him. Very nice guy. And also Nancy Morrison, who was married to Peter Loeb, who just passed away last week and was a big part at the PRC. And with that, I adjourn the meeting.
To closed session.
To closed session. Thank you.
And if you wait